Vipers. This is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 English regions, and this is the first time that all the teams have played each other, which is very exciting because they were in groups before, so there haven't been that many matchups at 50 over for these two teams. Central Sparks may be wanting revenge for their being beaten by the Vipers in the final of the Charlotte Edwards Trophy. We were due to start at 10:30. We had a bit of damp here. It's quite overcast, and we're hoping that it's not going to intervene again. But I am Claire Jenkins. I'm former Derbyshire and Somerset player. I'm joined in a moment by Sarah Ginn, who is Warwickshire Juniors coach. You'll also hear the voices of Dr. Samara Afzal, who's a former Warwickshire player, and Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent. So, welcome, Sarah. Excited about this?
Yes, Claire. It's really it's good to be finally playing some 50 over cricket.
Yeah, proper longer format. We're going to get a real chance to see what these two teams have got against each other for the 50 overs. We've got Tara Norris warming up at that end. Now we've established that they are City Road end, and that's where they're starting on from this morning. Joe Ibbotson is the umpire at this end, and Tom Lungley is the umpire at square leg. We've got Tara Norris coming in from the City Road. And the other end is the brewery end, which this is lovely because this is the old Mitchell and Butler's brewery ground for those people who have been around long enough to know those things. So we are set to start here this morning. Tara Norris coming in from the City Road end to Eve Jones, who had a little stab at that, and it goes through past the wicket keeper, and they get through for a nice burgled run there.
Yeah, it's sort of, I would say, a bit of an anxious start maybe there by Eve Jones. They've got a couple of slips in place. She'll be careful not to be edging that ball early on. But opening the batting with a new partner that we haven't seen before opening for the Central Sparks, and that's Davina Perrin. Plays her cricket from Staffordshire. A young gun in this Sparks side. We've seen her in the T20s, but this is the first time I think we've seen her opening in the 50 over comp.
Yeah, very exciting to see Davina Perrin opening, because we've seen Wongi, because Izzy Wong is on test duty and England duty, so not available for today. So it's going to be exciting to see Davina Perrin given this chance up the order, as they say. Norris coming in, left arm. See if it's round or over here, and Davina Perrin sneaks that through to backward square, and they get through for a single. Can we see whether it's over or round here?
We'll have a look now. It's a bit side on from the pitch, luckily indoors with the forecast that we've seen today, but we're kind of a different side on view, but a lot closer to this pitch than we get at Edgbaston.
Yes,
so we can read the numbers and almost the names on the shirts from here.
Tara Norris coming in to Eve Jones, who defends that forward, and there is no run. Now Millie, who is the Vipers, she's very important. She's in charge of all the data and the analysis, and she's next to me, so she's going to give me some really important information. I've said to her, feed me all the good stuff. So she's sat with all this cool, complicated stuff in front of her, and she says it's left arm over. Yes, she's nodding at me, which is always good. Tara Norris coming in from the City Road end to Eve Jones, who leaves that one. It's a very spectacular leave there. I think she was in the England A team with the red ball practice for South Africa, so she's obviously learning her leave.
Yeah, I mean the Sparks girls actually did very well in that test match, sort of a warm-up test match, I guess you would call it. Eve Jones particularly opening the batting for England A, and I think she did herself proud there.
Left-handed opener, we should just say. Handy. Norris into Eve Jones, who leaves that one, and there is no run. The other games today I should mention are Lightning versus Western Storm. That's at the Loughborough Hazelgrave ground. They've got an open day there, so they've just asked if you do go to spectate there, just be aware that parking may be a little bit tight, and we're not sure whether they've got the tech up and running up there yet, but we do also know that Stars are playing Sunrisers. I'll come back to that because Norris is coming in to Eve Jones, who pushes that forward straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, the other game is Stars Sunrisers down at Beckenham, and you'll be looked after by Georgie Heath and Jem Green down there on the live stream. And Georgie Heath's got a dog with her. I'm not sure which dog she's taken, so I can't name the dog. Sorry, Georgie. Yes, and then we've got a game tomorrow, which is Thunder versus Diamonds up at Sale Cricket Club. So those are the 4 fixtures for this first round of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint between the 8 English regions, and that's the end of the over. So the score is 2 for no loss for Central Sparks against Southern Vipers. You're listening to Claire Jenkins and Sarah Ginn on the live stream for Central Sparks, but also on the BBC Sport website. So welcome to all of our listeners on that as well, and all the people watching on the Central Sparks YouTube channel. And we are poised here for Ella McCacken to come in from the brewery end. What a great name.
Yeah, and say, as we mentioned before, the old Mitchells and Butler ground. This has been a Edgbaston second ground for quite some time now.
McCacken, another left-hander, and Davina Perrin posts that through backward of point, and there's a spectacular fielding at third, deep third there, and they get through for just the single there.
Yes, it's Charlotte Taylor, is it, down
I think
at
it is
third
Charlotte
man
Taylor.
there?
Yeah, she's just asking whether she needs to be moved, but she made a great sliding stop there. So we're looking across the green expanse that is the foundation ground here. It's quite domed, so it's a small, it's cute little ground. We've got some new seats this season for anyone who's coming down to watch. Again, limited parking here, but if you get here early, you can get some of those lovely seats. And we've got a smattering of crowd in, some friends and relatives as well as spectators. And it is a bit gloomy, but we're hoping to have lots of play today, as McCacken is just waiting for Eve Jones to get her guard and get ready and set herself. Left arm over.
So double left arm combination here, opening the bowling.
There's no run there. Eve just defended down for no run. Double left arms, yes.
Yeah, so 2 outside the circle early on here, and they've got a third man and a fine leg on the boundary. Does go away quickly here at this ground, so a lovely fast outfield, so probably taking precautionary measures early on.
McCacken into Eve Jones, who just leaps backwards and defends that down in front of her, and there is no run. It's a proper domed surface here. It's a lovely green expanse, but as you say, probably fast in the outfield.
Yeah, and it's an excellent facility here, maintained by the people at Warwickshire, and in fact we're really lucky that we get to play here as well as age group sides. They're doing a lot of games here while the Commonwealth Games are on at Edgbaston as well this summer.
McCacken into Eve Jones, who again puts that to third, and they go through for an easy single there, and the score moves on to 4 for no loss. And just getting some info coming in or something. Freya Kemp, see, I was giving Duff information earlier. Freya Kemp.
I said I could read the numbers from here, I must have been lying.
We're close, but not that close to see that. So Freya Kemp, left arm, over the wicket, and that's Davina Perrin gets an edge on that, but straight to the keeper, and there is no run. Freya Kemp was the cricketer said that she's the one to watch apparently. Freya Kemp, she's a good all-rounder.
Some strong youngsters on show for both sides today, I believe.
In over the wicket, and Davina Perrin leaves that one. It goes straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. We're sideways onto the play here, so if we get the angles wrong, that's just because the angle that we're sat at. We are close but side on. It's pretty gloomy here, this I must say, but let's hope we get lots of play in. We don't want to be struck like the test match, the women's test match was, by gloomy, horrible weather. Kemp winds herself up from the brewery end, left arm over to Davina Perrin, who takes a step back and leaves that rather spectacularly and dramatically, and that's the end of the over. There was no run there, so we're still on 5 for no loss at the end of the second over. Still in the power play, as Sarah mentioned. 25-yard circle for the women, which should be the 30 over circle for the men. in their game.
It's quite watchful early on from Sparks here, isn't it? Sort of having a look at the surface, getting themselves settled for this first game. Quite different from the 20 over Charlotte Edwards competition that we've seen so far. So a different approach to the game, if you like, today.
Yes, it seems like there's a bit more time to play yourself in, etc. 20 overs goes really fast, doesn't it, now, in comparison? So we're looking forward to see some lovely skills practiced here as Tara Norris comes in from the City Road end to Eve Jones, who defends that down, and there is no run. It goes straight through to Danny White at point. He gathers that easily. We stay on 5 for no loss.
Yeah, Danny White, another member of those warm-up games against South Africa, probably last week now. I think time's going quickly.
Yeah. That was down at Arundel, wasn't it? But there wasn't any live stream or just about anything really. It seemed to be happening completely in secrecy as Norris comes into Eve Jones, who again defends that but goes through for the run, and Danny White has a bit more coverage to do, and they get through for a single.
Yeah, so that game, the game, unfortunately, we didn't get much information until sort of after the event. It's a little bit of a shame when it is sort of the England A women's side playing, but it was nice to hear sort of after the event how well some of the Sparks were going in that game. Emily Arlott wasn't part of that; she was part of the main squad, but we had Sarah Glenn playing there and Eve Jones.
Potts as well. As Norris bangs one in, and Davina Perrin clacks that up, and it goes up and over Georgia Adams, and she doesn't quite get close enough to get a catch there, but they get through for a single.
Yes, so Grace Potts also doing really well in that game after sort of a very good 20 over campaign.
Yeah, we're blessed really at Central Sparks with some really good, a varied bowling attack, but particularly quick bowlers. Unfortunately, Emily Arlott has succumbed to some nasty COVID, so that kept her unfortunately out of the whole test squad, but maybe gave an opportunity for others as Norris winds away from the City Road end into Eve Jones, who sort of blocks that. There's a sort of nasty noise, but we've got absolutely the wrong angle here to see how close that is. There's quite a loud house out there, but
umpires didn't seem interested there, did they?
At all, so
I think it was a little bit high from this angle maybe, so it's difficult to tell, but she was going back, and she's a tall girl. I think it hit her above the pads.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit messy from Eve Jones, but I'm sure Joe Ibbotson was right. So Norris coming in from the City Road end to Eve Jones, who again leaves that and has no run, and we're staying on 7 for no loss as we approach the end of the third over here at the Edgbaston Foundation ground.
So it's starting to get slightly more busy. People coming in to watch the game today. So we are here for the majority of the day. Should you wish to come down, it's free entry for anybody wanted to come along. So come along and support the teams whenever you can.
Yes, and Eve Jones again pushes that to the side of point, and they get through for a single. There's a bit of a flurry in the field there. Yeah, they get through for the single. Score moves on to 8 with no loss, and that's the end of the third over.
Yeah, Davina Perrin taking her helmet off and having a little chat with her senior player and captain Eve Jones in the middle here. It's great to see the Sparks giving an opportunity to someone so young in such a big game. But Davina Perrin definitely has proved her worth over the last few years, and claiming her spot rightfully. It must be a surprise to see her opening, but it's a great spot for her, and I'm sure that she'll make the most of it today.
Davina Perrin is Staffordshire, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
And Eve Jones is Warwickshire, so we've got a mix here from the West Midlands represented, and we are blessed with quite a lot of left-handers. Just saying, England left-handed opener. Just saying, and we've got Freya Kemp coming in to Eve Jones, who that goes down the leg side, and there's a wide signalled by umpire Tom Lungley. One more to the score. That's 9 with no loss. And you're listening to Claire Jenkins and Sarah Ginn on the Central Sparks YouTube and also BBC website. You're going to say? I'm going to say. Kemp coming in to Eve Jones, who defends that forward of point but doesn't go through for the run this time. Davina Perrin looked a bit more optimistic, but there was no run.
I was just about to say about the angles to the left and right hander that it's a lesson for youngsters maybe watching or here today or on the live stream, that these way these bowlers bowl to a left and right hander obviously has to be a slightly different plan, trying to get their angles right when the batters are changing all the time.
Absolutely. Kemp into the left-handed Eve Jones, who squirts that backward of square leg, and they get through for an easy single there. Yeah, it's making the opposition think, isn't it? They've got to have a different field. As you say, the bowlers have to have different plans of attack for the channels that they're going to use in terms of attacking the stumps.
It's very easy for youngsters just to practice their angles to right-handers, and especially if they haven't got any left-handers maybe in their team, but it's a good skill to have to be able to bowl accurately at both.
Yeah, and Davina Perrin comes forward to that one and looks to have a run, but there was no run there. Yeah, and also for the batters to know that they need to open their stance if the bowler is coming at a different angle, round or over the wicket, left and right-handed, etc.
Yes, and I think traditionally people like a left armer in the side, don't they? That offers something different, the different angles of attack, and so that Vipers are blessed with a couple here opening the bowling.
Kemp into Davina Perrin, who goes forward as if to defend, but there is no run as it goes speedily past her, straight through to the...
I think that was a wide again there, was it? I saw the signal.
I was busy looking at where the ball had gone, so... It's sort of gloomy, but slightly brighter gloomy here at Edgbaston County Ground. That's bare ground here, the foundation ground, as Kemp comes in tall, left-handed, and it's gone up in the air from Davina Perrin, but it's into a gap, square leg, and the fielders come round and they get through for the first two of the day, Sarah.
Yeah, Paige Schofield chasing that. I think it was well clear of it. It's a safe shot from Perrin. Didn't quite get to the boundary. Don't know whether it's still a little bit wet on the outfield out there, whether it will get faster later, or whether indeed we may see some more rain and it might slow up.
We don't want to see any more rain. I've seen enough rain. I was down at Taunton for the test. As Kemp coming in from the brewery end to Davina Perrin, who defends that forward rather nicely, and there's no run.
It's a solid defensive shot from Davina Perrin there. So the temptation is to try and score off more balls here, but still that's a positive defence if you can say that. Getting forward nice and strong, and just a strong call of no to a partner.
Yeah, it's different speed of play today, isn't it? As Freya Kemp comes into Davina Perrin. The ball shot through there, didn't even bounce up at all, and Davina Perrin looked down the ground as though there was something wrong with that, and there was no run. So we get to the end of the fourth over, and it's 13 for no loss. And this is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. This is the 50 over competition, and you're listening to us on BBC Sport website and also Central Sparks YouTube channel. I'm Claire Jenkins. I'm joined by Sarah again. You'll also hear the voices later of Dr. Samara Afzal and Kevin James. So I'll be swapping out.
It might be an early change here for the Vipers. No, I think it was just a discussion. It was just a discussion. It was a bit early for a change in the 50 over comp there.
Tara Norris just tossing the ball hand to hand. She's going to come steaming in from the City Road end to the left-handed Eve Jones, who waits patiently and again defends that forward, thinks about a run but not taken, so there's no run there. We're still on 13 for no loss. See, they've got a bit more time, haven't they, with the pace of play with the 50 over to bat themselves in, and I had a very brief conversation with Eve Jones about her opportunity to bat in that practice red ball game for England A, and she said she really enjoyed the opportunity to do that and have a bit longer. And Tara Norris coming into Eve Jones, who plays a nice expansive shot but straight to the fielder at long off, and there is no run.
Yeah, domestic competitions in England, they don't really get to play any multi-day format. So it's the Charlotte Edwards on the 20 over and the Rachael Heyhoe for the 50 overs. I know that Central Sparks have done some warm-up games over 2 days, but that would be all that they would really get to play that's longer than the 50 overs. So I'm sure Eve, being the batter that she is, would have loved that opportunity.
Absolutely. Norris into Eve Jones, and it just shoots through and there is no run. I think there is appetite though. I think also, because we've seen a fantastic test. Although we didn't get a result, there was legends made in terms of performances and things. Cap, Sekakuni, Alice Davison Richards, and Nat Siver, and there's all sorts of stories and legends made and records made, etc. So I'm sure there'll be an appetite coming back to play that, and I think the regions are interested in doing those. As Norris comes into Eve Jones, who defends that, and there is no run. Yeah, and also what strikes me is it must be a great coaching opportunity to see a bowler have a proper spell, to see a batter build an innings, to field at second, third slips, which you wouldn't see in the white ball game at all. So
yeah, there's lots of elements to it that would have been very new to the girls coming into it. But I think the way that they handled themselves across both teams, I think South Africa almost surprising a few people with the way that they dug at it and stuck with their game.
Played in a lovely spirit, I thought. Norris comes into Eve Jones, who defends that and thinks about a run, but Danny White's quickly onto it at point, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think Marizanne Cap, obviously a very, very talented player, going through to that 150 and kind of single-handedly taking their first innings to the English team. But of course, our very own Izzy Wong getting a wicket, a couple of wickets on the second innings as well was great to see.
And not bad to get Laura Wolfart in both innings, so not bad scalps to have for your first test. Norris comes into Eve Jones, who again defends that forward to the cover, and there is no run.
Still positive movement from Jones there, so she is going backwards and sort of pushing that into a gap, but she's still looking for a run there, looking for the opportunity. So it's good to say again, from a learning point of view, from the juniors out there, it's still positive cricket, and she's looking to score at every opportunity,
which is great. Now I'm going to hand you over to Dr. Samara Afzal, who's going to be the next voice that you hear. You're going to carry on, Sarah. You're going to look after these good people, and I shall be back later.
Thanks, Claire. Join you later, and we'll welcome Samara shortly to the commentary box, or commentary table, if you will. And just a small break here as somebody runs something on the pitch, as Freya Kemp gets ready for her next over. Just moving some spectators from in front of the commentary box, Samara, so we can see. I suppose this is the difference of being at a ground like Portland Road as opposed to Edgbaston. Different positioning means that the crowd can get and sit right in front of you if they like.
Yes, hi everybody. You're listening to Sarah again, and thank you for welcoming me. And we're watching an interesting game, Southern Vipers versus Central Sparks. It should be a really good game. We've got lots of talented cricketers on display, as we've had a change in bowler. So we've got
Charlie Dean has come on from this end, sorry. Apologies for the small delay while we change over there in the commentary box. So we did have some spectators sitting straight in front of us while we were trying to look what was happening, but it is Charlie Dean coming on to Davina Perrin, the off-spinner. Nice full delivery first off, and Davina Perrin just watchfully defending that for no run. Samara, it's not as warm as we'd have hoped for this morning, is it? But hopefully the rain is staying away at the moment, as Dean comes back in over the wicket to Davina Perrin, who moves backwards, and that will be a wide ball, just drifting down the leg side for a wide to take the score onto 13 for none of 5.2 overs. Steen tossing the ball up, a nice steady rhythmical run up over there. Davina Perrin just as sort of a bottom edge there, and it's going to fine leg, and they're running through for 2 quick runs. She's quick between the wickets there. She scampers through for 2 runs.
It's nice to see Davina Perrin playing, as you mentioned. I think she's only 15 years old, and she's very talented batter, and she's actually part of the ACE program. So the charity started by Ebony Rainford Brent, getting more Afro-Caribbean talent into cricket, and from what I've seen of her so far, she's very, very talented.
Yeah, definitely a role model for those girls within that programme. As Dean comes on again from the Brewery end, tossing the ball up as Davina Perrin goes back, hits that through mid-wicket, but it's no run again there. Of course, Charlie Dean was in the squad for the Test match, but didn't actually take part in the game, which means that she is free to play in this game today, which is obviously a bonus for the Vipers, maybe not so much for the Sparks there. As Dean into Perrin backwards, and she's worked that towards backward square, but there's no runs. Norris is straight onto that and back into Carla Rudd, the keeper. There's a few people not available today because they did take part in that Test match, but the girls that were in the squad but not play are free to play in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. As Dean into Perrin again, is trying to work this nicely off her legs, and Eve Jones has called a single there. She's scampering through, and I think she was safely home then in the end. Oh, actually it was a leg by, umpire signals a leg by, so come off the leg there, but Eve Jones on right alert there to run through for a single off the last ball of the over, which takes us on to 17 for none of 6 overs.
Yeah, so Lauren Bell missing from the Vipers. She's in the Test squad. And also Anya Shrubsole's missing. I don't know if that's related to a injury or...
I did see that she had a slight niggle, but she's here with the team today in a sort of coaching and playing capacity now that she's retired from international cricket, and I'm sure that she's still got a lot of advice to give these girls, and she's a great one to learn from, having had so much experience over the years. I think Norris is continuing from the City end here, going back to her longer run up here at Edgbaston Foundation Ground. She's joined by Sarah Ginn and Samara Afzal, as Norris coming in from her mark over the wicket at Davina Perrin. He's worked that through square leg. It's running away, but there will be a fielder come round just to cut the ball off there as Danny Wyatt throws it in, and that's just a single to Perrin, who goes on to 8. So the majority of the strikes so far, Perrin, I believe. Oh, actually, no, not looking at this. I think from this end she has, but so Eve Jones is 8 off 21. Oh, sorry. Eve Jones is 5 off 21 balls, and Davina Perrin 8 off 16. So scores 18 for none of 6 overs. As Norris into the left-handed Eve Jones, who's taken a good swing at that. It's a diving attempt in the field there, but I think that's going to run away for 4 runs. That's Eve Jones through and through there with that excellent shot through extra cover for 4. Is that the first boundary of the day there, I believe?
Yeah, it is the first boundary of the day, hit very well by Eve Jones. And I was reading Eve's tweet the other day. She was in the squad, the academy squad, to face South Africa, and she did fairly well. And she tweeted that she'd want to play more of the longer format, and I think she probably will make it one day because she's very talented.
Yes, and I think she just wants to bat, doesn't she? Batting all day would be her thing, as Norris comes in over the wicket to Jones, who's just watchful there, backwards, defends it for no run. So Norris picks it up, throws it straight back into the keeper's hands, and back round the field the ball goes. Yes, I think as someone who... believe Eve's told me previously that she started off as a bowler, pace bowler, but due to injuries sort of earlier on in her career, focused more on the batting, and it's definitely paying off for her now. There's Norris back charging in to Eve Jones, who again watches that onto the bat, defends it strongly for no run.
Yeah, I think Eve, she's one of the highest scorers in the both the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards. She's regularly getting the Player of the Month from the PCA rankings.
I think she's nominated again at the moment, isn't she, for her performance in the competition so far, and it's great to see that the nominations for PCA Player of the Month across women and men for those nominations now, as Norris into Jones, who fails a bat and just goes back and defends the ball again for no run. It's Eve Jones, I think, has won a few accolades over the last couple of years, and it really makes you think that this sort of player is what this competition is for. Previously, she would have just played county cricket, maybe not been able to make that breakthrough, not been recognised for the talent that she is, but this new regional competition has allowed players such as Eve to come to the fore.
Yeah, it's great to see so many new competitions for women's cricket. Back, 20 years ago, we didn't have any of this.
As Norris into Evie rocks back and punch that through the offside, and that's going to run away for another 4. It's a great shot by Eve Jones. There's the umpire signals to bring in the second 4 of the over to Eve Jones. It looked like she had all the time in the world then, didn't she, to play that shot?
She did. It looks like the Sparks are kind of breaking the shackles a bit, and they watchfully saw the ball for the first few overs, but now are seeing the ball well, and Eve's played a couple of lovely shots for 4.
Yeah, that will sort of ease the pressure on the Sparks a little bit there with those 2 4s from the over, and the score goes on to 26 for none off 7. Eve Jones now on 13 off 26 balls, and Davina Perrin on 8 off 16 balls. As we see, I believe Charlie Dean again from the brewery end. As they're moving some furniture from in front of us now, I think maybe stopping the spectators sitting right in front of the commentary box as we continue through the day. Said it is free entry here at Portland Road, so please come and join us. Just please don't sit straight in front of us if you can. So Dean into Davina Perrin. He's hit that through square, backward square, as Paige Schofield comes and fields the ball there just for a single. And Davina Perrin looking strong through this sort of square area at the moment, isn't she? She looks like she wants to play Charlie Dean through that area.
Yeah, she does. She's getting her rhythm now. I think there were a couple of shots that she played in the air, possibly, and the outfield wasn't very quick. I think it seems to be slightly quickening up now. Maybe it's drying up. We did have that rain this morning, and it should hopefully be clear now for the rest of the day.
Well, fingers crossed. It's not really the hot summer's day that we all hope for, but so at least we've got a game on here, and it is relatively dry. As Dean coming round the wicket, the left-handed Eve Jones, who sort of prods that back, if you like, to Tara Norris in the covers there. I think just watching how the ball is handled there, and watching the spin, and sort of thinking out her plan there, taking a little bit of time as Dean back in to Eve Jones, who leaves that outside her off stump. So I think having the time to be able to have a quick look at the bowling here, as opposed to the 20 overs where the pressure is on for them to score, perhaps not every ball, but almost every ball they face. I think Eve, coming off that longer test match, this will be welcome for her today, as she pats that straight back into Charlie Dean for no run.
Yeah, we're used to seeing so much of the shorter format, the T20, then we've got the 100 coming up, so it's actually quite nice to watch an ODI.
Yeah, as Dean into Eve Jones, who's left that again straight into the hands of Carla Rudd for no run. Charlie Dean, another youngster who's come up through the Hampshire ranks and done very well through the age groups, and I think she's rightfully got her place now within the England setup. Very talented youngster. It's bowled another excellent delivery there, slightly quicker ball I think there, and Eve Jones just defends that for no run. I believe, and I'm looking at Kevin when I say that Charlie Dean's dad also used to play, and Kevin's just putting his thumbs up at me there, and he was at Staffordshire as well growing up, so she's obviously from a cricketing family and been around cricket for a lot of her life, and sort of grown up around it, and it's great to see her pushing on to the next level now as well. Are we having a change of bowling here? I'm just looking, there's a discussion going on. It doesn't look like Tara Norris is continuing. Slightly tricky to see where we're going here. So Freya Kemp, it is Freya Kemp this time from the city end. Thank you for Kevin for his assistance from the side here. So we're not at the greatest position to see the numbers and names on the back here. Very tall figure of Freya Kemp, of who are we saying now? Is it Ella McGacken bowling? Ella McGacken from the city end. Oh no, Freya Kemp. Gosh, in to the right-handed Davina Perrin defends that for no run. Gosh, apologies, it's Freya Kemp coming from this end. We're getting confused now.
Yeah, I think a couple of she was slightly wayward from the other end, from the brewery end, so she's now bowling from the City Road end to see if she can pick up some wickets.
As Kemp into Davina Perrin, who's punched that away down the ground, and they're running, looking for a couple. It might run away, but their chase is onto the boundary for just 2 runs. That was an excellent punch down the ground by Davina Perrin there. This outfield is fast, and I don't think they quite had enough on it to go there, but it was a good chase for the mid-on and mid-off fielders to get back to save that boundary. There's apologies for the confusion. It is Freya Kemp from the City end now coming in to bowl. Left arm over the wicket at Davina Perrin. Just pat that back for no run. There's a lot of chat going on in the field that we can hear from our commentary position. These girls know each other well, play with each other and train a few times a week now, and they must know the ins and outs of each other's games here.
Yeah, and Vipers coming off a win in the T20 final against Central Sparks.
It's Kemp slightly too full there. I think she's got away with that a little bit as Davina Perrin just drives that to mid-off at Charlotte Taylor for no run. Yeah, Vipers were sort of unbeatable, I think, and you would say in that T20 competition. Didn't lose a game, and probably the first one I've seen for a while who've gone straight to the final stage, straight to the final and won the competition. As Kemp into Davina Perrin, who's put a little bit more power on that, sending that through mid-wicket, but it's still gone for no run. And Kemp finding a line a little bit better from this end, I believe, at the moment.
I think they played after the Sparks, after Sparks and Vipers played the final. I think they've played a warm-up game since as well at the back end of June, and I think again Vipers won that, so they will be pretty confident going into this game.
As Kemp into Davina Perrin's rock back, sent that through the ground. There's just going through to 1 run to mid-wicket. It was a diving save there, straight back into the keeper's hands. It's an aggressive, sort of punchy display from Perrin here. She's looking to pierce that outfield. It's not quite getting there, but let's hope that she's got the patience to stick around and keep working hard here. As the score moves on to 30 for none off 9 overs. Eve Jones on 13 and Davina Perrin on 12.
They've got going now. What I like about both of them. Eve obviously is very experienced, but Davina, what I'm liking is she's quite confident. Freya Kemp, both Freya and Tara Norris, quite a bit of pace on them, yet she's punching it quite nicely. They're probably both hoping to go on and at least get to half centuries, build up a good opening stand.
Yes, I think Perrin won't be fazed by the pace of the bowling, as Dean into the right-handed Perrin here, defends it back straight into the hands of Dean for no run. I think with nowadays with the bowling machines and sidearms and the amount of practice that they do, I don't think there's many bowlers on the circuit that would hurry them for pace. As Dean over the wicket to Perrin, who rocks back and sends that through to mid-wicket, and they're scampering through for a single. Was that an opportunity there? I'm not sure. I think the Davina Perrin's very quick between the wickets, but it was a throw that came in slightly wayward, and Perrin ran through for a single. Dean back to a mark. We've got the towels out there today, the orange Vipers towels. It is slightly damp, as we say. Not as nice a conditions as we hoped for. Still lots of coats around the ground, even for the start of July. As Dean into Eve Jones, who's driven that nicely down the ground, but it's a diving stop for Dean, and it goes for no run. She's very active behind the stumps, isn't she, here, behind the wickets, Dean. She's sort of always looking for the opportunity to stop the ball, and it's coming straight back at her. It's Dean into Eve Jones. Flick that off her legs, and it's going to race away down. I don't think there's a fielder down that, so it's going to race for 4 runs. It's a leg bye, in fact, 4 leg byes off the pad of Eve Jones there. So slightly, they're not finding a line to the left-hander as well there, Dean, and it's flicked away off the pads for 4. Takes the score on to 31 for none off 9.3 overs. And I think Sparks will be pleased that they're still on the opening partnership here, and it's sort of going into the end of the power play, and it's good that these two are still at the crease. As Dean tosses the ball up, bowls to Eve Jones, who's punched that point, but no run. Back into the keeper's hands there.
Sparks have still got quite a bit of batting to come, and we know most of their batters can hit hard and score quite quickly, I don't think their run rate will be phasing them at the moment.
No, definitely not. As Dean round the wicket to Eve Jones, who's rock back. That's in the air, but it's going through the field. There's a deep cover there just for a single. Slightly risky shot there. I'm not sure whether she sort of connected with that as she would have liked. It went slightly in the air, but I think she's got away with it there, Eve Jones.
It looked like a slightly half-hearted shot. Not sure if she changed her mind last minute to fully go for it, hence it kind of hopped into the air and didn't carry.
Yep. Good to hand over now to Kevin James, who's going to take you through the next few overs with Samara.
So we're watching Central Sparks versus Southern Vipers, their first game of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. We're here at Edgbaston Foundation Ground. Slightly cloudy. It was raining this morning. Luckily the rain has gone. Hopefully the rest of the day will be okay and we'll get a good game here. We've got Vipers, who won the toss, elected to bowl first. We've Eve Jones, left-handed batter, who's also captain, is opening with a very talented young Davina Perrin, who's only 15 years old. Kevin?
You wouldn't think it, the way she's playing out there.
No, absolutely not. Very talented.
Very, very, yeah. It looks a good wicket out there as well, despite a bit of rain. There was quite a lot of rain when I travelled up from Southampton this morning on the motorways, certainly in and around Birmingham. It's overcast, but it looks a good wicket.
As Freya Kemp comes in to Eve, who's just swatted that away onto the leg side for no run, and we are at 36 runs for no loss, and we with 10.1 overs now gone.
It's a pretty ground, isn't it? Probably not at its prettiest, being low cloud and quite heavy cloud, but a lot of trees, very tree-lined ground here.
Very scenic. As Freya Kemp comes into bowl to Eve, who's played and missed, and that's gone straight to the keeper.
It's quite an interesting ground as well, because there is a lot of netting at the far side of the ground on the left as we look in front of the trees. I'm just wondering what that's protecting behind. I mean, I don't know this area. I don't know what's behind that, but obviously something's very valuable. They don't want cricket balls going into that area.
I assumed it was one of the main roads, and that's what they were
you
stopping.
Don't want that,
no. As Freya Kemp comes in, and a glorious drive. That's gone straight for four. Beautiful timing and well played. Gone straight through the offside.
That's Eve's third boundary of the morning, and I think that's as bad as good a shot as we've seen this morning. Very strong, isn't she? She
is. That was the shot of the day so far for me. As she takes her score to 18, and we're now on 40 for no loss. As Freya Kemp comes in to Eve again, and she's swung at that down the leg side, but it's a leg side wide, so Freya will have to re-bowl that one.
I was just looking at her stats actually for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy of last year. Eve Jones just one run shy of 300 for the tournament, and included a century as well. Averaged 42 in this competition last year.
As Freya Kemp comes into bowl, and that's defended off the back foot by Eve for no run. Wow, 300, nearly 300 runs. And
get a ton as well. I know there was a couple of tons. Amy Jones got one last year, a big one actually, 163 not out. But I mean, she's not playing today, so that's just as well from a Vipers point of view.
Yes, she's with the England squad on national duty. As in comes Freya Kemp to Eve Jones, who's just tried to dig that out with her lower part of the bat for no run.
And of course I mustn't forget Georgia Davis, who in this competition last year also got nearly 200 runs as well. She's playing and she'll be batting a little bit later on. Strong batting side, aren't they, the Central Sparks? I think the Vipers feel that these are one of the teams that if they're going to do what they've done the last 2 years, the Sparks, they need to beat them.
As Freya Kemp comes in, and that's defended and has gone straight to square leg for no run.
The Sparks last year third behind the Vipers and the Northern Diamonds in this competition, having won 5 from 7 in 2020. They were second behind the Northern Diamonds. They must be a real bugbear, the Northern Diamonds, to the Sparks. They won 3 from 6 there. And of course the Vipers are defending champions twice in this competition, 2020 and 2021.
Big achievement that for Southern Vipers. Although in the last Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, Sparks did beat Vipers, so that's yeah.
You said that with a big smile on your face there, Samara.
Yeah, of course. Being a Brummie and having played with a few of the girls who are currently playing for Sparks.
Yep.
In the same club for Warmley, it's nice to now be able to commentate while they're playing.
Where's Warmley?
Warmley's in Sutton Coldfield.
Okay.
So Warmley's where Amy Jones played as well, her club cricket.
You're in very good company.
As Charlie Dean comes into ball, great shot by Davina Perrin through the offside, and that's gone for a single, and takes the score on to 42 for no loss. We're into the 12th over, and you're watching Southern Vipers versus Central Sparks. You can listen on BBC Radio, Solent, as well as watch it on the Central Sparks YouTube stream.
Yeah, we managed to get it all rigged up in the end. A lot of wires floating around. In fact, there's a lot of wires floating around anyway around this pavilion area. I've never seen so many.
You did well, Kevin. I don't think I could have figured out how to set it all up.
I got lucky.
As in comes Charlie Dean. That's out wide. She'll have to re-ball that.
I'm just going to have to disappear for a minute. For a couple of minutes I'll be back, and Claire Jenkins will take over from me for a while.
As Charlie Dean comes in and onto the back foot and played nicely through the covers for 1 run. The score moves on to 43 as we welcome Claire back in to the commentary.
Just plugging myself back in. Yes, Kevin's got to be very important. He's got to go and do an update for us. So let me just turn myself up because I want to be a bit quiet, my voice. I'm turning that up. Right. Yes, it's sort of gone a bit quiet, hasn't it? They're moving on, but not at a rapid pace.
Charlie did bowls. That's played slightly upwardly by Davina Perrin for no run into covers.
Yes, a sort of brighter gloom here at the Edgbaston Foundation ground.
That's a expansive shot by Davina Perrin. That's gone backward of point for 1 run. And that takes the score onto 43, and we've just completed the 12th over. You're watching Southern Vipers versus Central Sparks at the Edgbaston Foundation ground. Oh, I lie, we've got 1 ball to come.
One more. It's going to be a fabulous one. Oh, it's a nice drive there.
That's a lovely drive. Eve Jones hitting it straight for a boundary, well timed, and that takes the score to 46, I believe.
Yep, 46. Nice drive there from Eve Jones, and satisfying clunk off the wooden fence down there at the bottom end. As Kevin said, there's a huge ball stop net in that end, so they must be expecting someone to be hitting like I've seen Easy Wong hit here in practice games.
Charlie Dean comes in, and that's defended nicely by Eve for no run, and that now completes the end of the 12th over.
Yeah, we're nearly at 50 though, Samara. Tithering on 49 at the end of the, as you say, the 12th over.
I think Sparks would be quite happy to get to 50 without any loss of wickets.
Yeah. Power play over and into the rest of the game now, so there's much discussions on the pitch about what the next tactic is. I wonder if we might see a change of bowling shortly. Yes, Georgia Elwis coming on from this end, I think. Yep.
The very experienced Georgia Elwis.
Now, I am very old, as you've noticed, I'm sure, as a GP. I'm sure that's not past your notice. But I did play my last few club games with Georgia Elwis and Danny Wyatt. They're probably trying to deny it, but I did. Yes, but a while ago. I have to say they were only knee high to a stump at the time. So
As Georgia always comes into Davina Perrin. Ooh, a bit of a slug outside, off stump, and it's gone straight to the keeper, Carla Rudd, for no run.
It's another one of those balls that kind of shoots through, isn't it? They're not. It's not getting up very much at all, and the batters are looking a bit confused at the pitch, like it's not coming up. I don't think.
Yeah, that kept quite low. As George Elwes runs back in, and it's driven to the offside for no run.
Maya Boucher there, isn't it?
Maya Boucher, yeah, another talented all-rounder.
Yeah, another one in the England A team.
As Georgia Elwes comes back in to Davina Perrin, and that's kind of swiped onto the point region. Danny Wyatt. You can usually tell Danny Wyatt because she normally has her sunglasses, doesn't she, at the back
Yes.
of the...
Now, I don't know quite how effective they are on the back of her head, but maybe she's got another set of eyes on the back of her head there, and it is distinct, isn't it? The way she wears a ponytail and those sunglasses over it.
George Elwes back into Davina Perrin. It hits her pads onto the leg side for no run.
Yeah,
Collected by George Elwes.
There's a thump there as it hits her in front. And I think it's quite sort of warm out on the pitch in terms of close, because it's got a bit of a stormy feel to it.
It does. George Elwes back into Davina, who plays that nicely, drives it, but straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run.
Still on 49. Not that 50. That first milestone. It's always satisfying, I imagine, for these guys to get to that 50 milestone.
George Elwes comes running in to Davina Perrin, who's had a swipe at that, hit it down to just backward of square leg for one run, and that's the end of the over. And that's 50 runs as well. Brilliant opening stand for Central Sparks. 50 for no loss off 13 overs. Yeah, so do you think Central Sparks quite happy with that?
Well, as you mentioned earlier, the fact that they haven't lost a wicket yet, and also, like Kevin mentioned, they are a strong batting lineup. So there's plenty more to come, and Vipers will want to get that vital first wicket, and then sort of first blood, if you like, to Sparks, because they've got that 50 up. So it's at what point do they go up through the gears? Now they've got to pace themselves in a very different way because they've only done the T20 so far. So. It'll be interesting to see what happens from here, and we have got a change of bowling by the look of it. It's like Charlotte Taylor at that end. Yes, bit of mystery spin.
Yeah, I think when Vipers won the toss, it was quite overcast, so they were probably hoping for a couple of quick wickets, but that hasn't happened. The Central Sparks openers have watchfully waited, and as comes in Charlotte Taylor, bowls to Davina Perrin, and it's hit onto the offside for no run, and the score remains at 50. And as we join Kevin back on commentary. Hello. After his all-important update.
Oh, all-important.
And a brilliant shot by Davina she's driven that to the mid-off region for one run.
Good to see Charlotte Taylor back in the side, and she hasn't featured at all in the Charlotte Edwards Cup earlier this season, but has been brilliant in this competition. And you may remember was player of the final at Edgbaston a couple of years ago when the Vipers beat the Northern Diamonds. She got 6 for 34.
6 for 34. I don't think I've ever got 6 wickets.
Have you not?
I've got a 5 foot. I've never got 6.
That's all right.
As Charlotte Taylor comes in to bowl her third ball of the over to Eve, who nicely plays that but straight back to the bowler for no run.
So you had a few seasons with Warwickshire, didn't you?
Yes, a couple of seasons.
Yeah.
Back in the days before university. As Charlotte Taylor comes in, and that's gone for wide, and they'll run for a single. Oh, they'll get 2 runs. That's good calling. Good call from Eve. They've managed to get 3 runs. 1 for the wide, 2 that they've managed to run.
So did you say back before what? Did you say that last word? I missed that.
university days.
Oh, before uni.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. Did you go to uni round here?
I did. I went to Birmingham
Did
University.
You? Okay. You play for that? You must have played for them.
Yes, I did. I played for them. I captained them. So, yeah, it was an honour. Charlotte Taylor comes in, nicely driven, back to the bowler for no run. And I've heard that you managed to get, is it 4 wickets in 4 balls against a touring India side?
A very long time ago. Somewhere before you were born, I should think.
As Charlotte Taylor comes in to Eve Jones, who's nicely flicked that away onto the leg side for 1 run. Do you remember the batsman?
Yeah, well, just about. There was some guy called Tendulkar.
Did you get Tendulkar out?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was one. Another guy called Raul what's his name again?
Charlotte Taylor comes in and Davina tries to swap that onto the leg side, but it hits her pads. There's a LBW appeal and the umpire has said no, and that completes the 14th over, and Sparks are 55 for no loss.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Sachin Tendulkar was one, Dravid was another, and Sanjay Manrekar was another one. But I mean, hey.
Now I know that it can't be true because they're playing in different eras, Sanjay Manrekar, and I don't think they played together anyway, Sanjay Manrekar and Tendulkar.
Yeah, they did, yeah. They crossed for a little while, yeah. Well, doesn't he do TV now, Sanjay?
He does. He's a TV pundit.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I see his name from time to time. But yeah, it was a while ago. But it was good fun. I mean, well, I say good fun. I mean, it's 4 in 4 is kind of a fluke. You know, I mean, it's. I mean, a hat trick's a fluke in a way, isn't it? Did you ever get a hat trick?
I have. I've got a hat trick. Yes.
I mean, you just never know because you could bowl those same 3 balls again and not even pick up a wicket, can't you? I mean, it just it's the way it happens.
As Georgia Elvis runs into Eve Jones, who's nicely played that onto the leg side, and she's come through for a quick single. There was a hit at the stumps, but not successful, as that score goes to 56, and Eve Jones goes on to 25 from 48 balls.
It's quite a nice feeling, isn't it, when you pick up your 3rd in a row?
It is, but it's usually number 9, 10 and 11. Well, it can't be 11, number 8, 9 and 10. I think that was my hat trick with that.
It all counts.
As George Elvis runs back into Davina Perrin, she's played that uppishly and straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run. Yeah,
Charlie Dean's there trying to kid the crowd. They're making out that it was on the full, but it actually hit the floor first and bounced up nicely for her. There's a few people in, actually, isn't it, watching, which is nice. Away to our right in the blue seats.
George Elvis runs into Davina Perrin, and that's outside off stump and gone to the keeper, Carla Rudd. I almost thought it was a wide then, but
close, wasn't it? Close to it. But it's not great. I mean, we are at deep extra cover as we look, so we're not going to be giving out LBWs anytime soon, although you might do if the Vipers are batting tomorrow. Your finger will be up all the time, I'm sure. But
yes.
Yeah, not a great angle. It's a bit like watching tennis at Wimbledon.
George Elvis runs into Davina Perrin, and she's played that uppishly. It's gone to long off for no run. Fielded
by Charlotte Taylor there. But yeah, I mean, there's a few people here, isn't it? I mean, the blue seats are to our right, aren't they? Just the other side of the black side screen, and there must be a dozen people there, 15 people or so, and there's other people dotted around. Nice that some people have made the effort.
George Elvis running into Davina Perrin, who defends that nicely, but for a quick single. It was a good call from Eve Jones. Very good between the wickets in terms of their running, these two.
They're very good, and I think the Sparks will be more than happy with this start. As I say, it looks a good wicket. They've never ever looked in trouble, these two players, and they look both very strong indeed. And I think they'll be looking to keep pushing on with this partnership, and then a really good base for later in the innings.
Georgia Elvis comes into Eve Jones, who's again played that onto the leg side for no run. It's gone straight to the fielder, Charlie Dean, who's thrown it into the wicketkeeper, Carla Rudd, and that completes the 15th over. And I will be handing over to Claire.
Yeah.
Wes.
She's talking
She's
again.
Enjoying her apple in the background. background there.
Thank you, Samara. Great stuff. Let's turn you off there. So, 57 without loss then. 15 overs gone. It's 50 overs aside, of course, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy. And the great woman herself, whose trophy this is named after, actually made a few appearances on this ground as well. I'll probably mention that once or twice as we go on. Charlotte Taylor then from the brewery end bowls to Perrin, who just dabs that nicely down towards third man. Tara Norris is after that. I think it's called third now in these sort of games. It is. Thank you very much, Claire. I know you will deep third, short third, but third. With no extra word on the end.
Nope.
Thank you very much, Claire. And I know, will you please pull me up all day on anything, on any terminology I get wrong?
We should be saying batters all day, we should be saying third.
We do. I get the batters bit right, fortunately. 59 without loss then, and it keeps Perrin on strike. Hard to believe that she's just 15.
Oh, that's amazing.
She's played absolutely beautifully this morning. As I say, both batters never looked in trouble. Here's Taylor bowls. It's a length ball, and Perrin just quietly plays that out on the offside, and there is no run.
I suspect she's one of those gifted people who can, whatever you put in her hand, bat, ball,
do.
whatever,
Golf.
she can probably...
Golf, yeah,
Oh,
basketball.
I don't know.
Probably shoots from about 50 yards, gets it straight in the middle of the basket. Here's Taylor, left to right as we look then. It's flighted, it's full, it's driven up to mid-on. The throw comes in, and he just misses the stumps at the bowler's end. I think that might be Georgia No, it's Maya Boucher there. No, it's not. It's Georgia Elwes. Apologies.
Yeah.
Georgia Elwes at mid on there. But a single it is, brings Eve Jones, the left-hander, back on strike here at the Foundation Ground in Edgbaston, 2.5 miles away from where the test match is taking place. It's all cricket here in Birmingham.
It is.
As Taylor bowls, length ball, and Eve Jones pushes that out into the covers, and that is going to be a single as Schofield comes in. The bails are taken off by Carla Rudd. There is half an appeal to the umpire, but not out, and the moves on to 61 without loss.
We are all cricket here because we're going to have the Commonwealth Games.
Yes.
With the women's T20, no men's T20 competition, despite what people might think. So we have a standalone women's T20 in the Commonwealth Games for the first time ever.
Beautiful.
So we're very excited about having that at Edgbaston. All the games there, 2 games a day.
Wow. So why no men's competition then? What was the thinking there? Or
I think I suspect the diary is too crowded.
Yeah. Here's Taylor to Perrin. Perrin just strokes that back to the bowler. Length ball, doesn't quite pick it up cleanly, but there is no run.
And also remember that the athletes aren't paid at the Commonwealth Games. All the officials, they get their accommodation and whatever, but it's not a paid
doing it for
gig.
the love.
Yeah, doing it for the love of the sport, the friendly games.
Birmingham is the place to be this summer if you love your cricket. Gives herself a bit of room there and just flat bats that out to a point where it's fielded by Tara Norris, and that's the end of Charlotte Taylor's over. From the brewery end, the old Mitchell and Butler's end. I'm told the brewery's not even there anymore. It certainly doesn't function. You'll know that, Claire. Tara Norris so far has bowled 4 overs, none for not because you love drinking beer, but though it sounded like it. Tara Norris, 4 overs, none for 14 with 1 maiden. Freya Kemp, 4 overs, none for 16. Charlie Dean, 4 overs, none for 14. Elvis has bowled 2 overs for 3. And Charlotte Taylor now has completed 2 overs, none for 9.
I'll take that, Kevin. I'll take that. It sounds like it's good for my reputation. I'm dangerous and edgy. I know the brewery. No, I don't know the brewery, but I'm not old enough to remember that they used to do what was it, Brew 11. A pint of the Mid-innings or something, all those kind of things. But we should mention that other drinks are available.
Of course they are.
Going out over the
readily
BBC.
Available.
Yeah, readily available, all sorts.
Elvis comes in round the wicket, and that's hit high over point by Eve Jones, going down towards deep point. Freya Kemp comes round at the far end of the ground after hurry. Eve Jones is home, even though Carla Rudd falls on the floor and tries to just dink the ball back towards the stumps. That's 2 more to the Sparks total. They move on to 63 without loss. Good start this from the Sparks.
Yes, and they'll be pleased, as we mentioned earlier, that there's, well, I shouldn't say it too soon, should I? But no wicket lost, and as Elvis comes in.
There's not much in it for the bowlers at the moment as that's turned away down towards fine leg. May just have come off the pad of Eve Jones. She's just walking the second half of that single. The umpire looks as though. Yeah. 2 umpires today are Joanne Ibbotson and Tommy Lungley, the former Derbyshire player who spent 10 years at Derbyshire. up until 2010. I haven't seen him for a long time. Do you know what? I saw Dominic Osler earlier.
I wasn't going to mention that.
You got I don't mind.
We'll talk about that.
And I know you guys were having a bit of a giggle, and it's really hard as Elvis comes and bowls, and that's turned nicely down to fine leg by Denise Perrin. Sorry, Davina Perrin. Denise Perrin? I don't even know Denise Perrin. 64 without loss. But it's funny, isn't it? You know, I do, fortunately, doing this with Hampshire and the Vipers, come across old players like me, you know, that we used to play against. And I'm really bad with recognising them. And as you found out with Dominic Osler, although I did actually, in the end, realise it was him. So I got away with it. Nice drive there by Eve Jones, but only as far as mid-off, no run.
Yeah, because Sarah again and I were laughing because usually it's the other way around. Everybody knows Dom Osler.
I always remember him being a good
moment.
lad. Yeah, I always remember him being a good lad, actually. In fact, he hasn't changed much. He's grown a little bit of a beard, but other than that, he hasn't changed much.
Tell him that, you really like that. But we like the fact that he wasn't recognised, because that brings him back down to the ground.
Round the wicket, Elwes. There's a drive out to point. It hits the ground first. It's Danny Wyatt fielding there just behind the umpire. One or two umbrellas now up in the crowd away to our right in the blue seats.
I'm just looking in front of us, and there's pitter-patter of rain on the... Yeah. We don't want to see that on the slabs.
We certainly
don't want to see that.
We started 15 minutes late here because of rain. It wasn't heavy, but the clouds have stayed with us throughout the 16 and a bit overs that we've had so far, and a few spots of rain in the air as Elwes comes in, and that's turned around by Eve Jones. Quickly from behind the stumps is Carla Rudd. Looks like Perrin was wanting a single there initially, but Jones saying no. That's the end of the over. 17 overs done here at the Foundation Ground with the Sparks. 65 without loss. And that is so far they're both batters. If I'm up to date, Eve Jones has 28 and Davina Perrin has 22.
Yep, going quite nicely here.
They are. Good start. Last year in this competition, the Sparks beat the Vipers by 120 runs at Hove. Big win.
We love that game.
I know you do.
Emily Arlott bowled herself into the test side. Unfortunately, that was the India test last year, but didn't play.
Charlotte Taylor bowling to Perrin, comes down on the wicket and hits it in the air. She's got a bit off, and that is a catch, I think, by Georgia Adams there. And she hit it flat and straight, but straight at the Vipers captain, and Perrin goes. That's the first wicket down with the score on 65 in the 18th over.
And it was a lovely expansive shot, wasn't it? You think, oh great, and then she just hit it straight to the fielder, unfortunately. But I'm sure great experience for Davina Perrin to be out there with her Sparks captain Eve Jones, and to take the shine off the ball, as they say. and we've now got Thea Brooks coming to the crease here as Davina Perrin comes back towards. But I think a very creditable innings from Davina Perrin. I'm sure that'll be put away into the bank for useful experience, and we move on to 65 for one. Can't get my words out. 65 for one, and as I say, Thea Brooks just joining Eve Jones at the crease now. The umpires exchanging a few words, and the players taking a welcome sip of drink. It's a long game. Yeah,
so one or two umbrellas up, which will tell that there's still a few spots of rain out there. It doesn't look particularly threatening at the moment, but the odd spot continues to fall. I've just seen Dave Vokes, the Hampshire and Vipers photographer, who's walking around. He's the one with the very funny,
it's a great bucket hat. For those people who can't see it, it's a very loud bucket hat, and he sat in front of us for a moment just to take some shots.
Well, I saw him last night at the Aegeus Bowl in that wonderful low-scoring thriller, Hampshire against Gloucestershire, which Hampshire won and have got into the quarter-finals. Here's Taylor, and bowls to Brooks, who turns that away back to the bowler, and there is a run. And I saw him last night at about, 11 o'clock, half 11 after the game, and he was doing a bit of stuff with his photography, and I was doing a bit of stuff with the radio, just finishing up, and he had the hat on then. And he said, you will see me, every time you see me from now on, you will see me in that hat. And so far it's proved, as it's played back to the bowler once more, and there's no run. Straight away, we're both up here this morning, and he's got a hat on.
It's a distinctive hat. I was watching that on the telly last night. It was an exciting game, because it looked like it was going to be one side, and then it tipped back and forth.
Brooks to face Edwards again. It's a length ball. She's just turned that away towards mid-wicket, fielded by Danny White, who has those shades on. I'm not sure it's really a sunglasses day. She's not actually wearing them. She's got them on the back of her head, just in case the sun pokes out from behind a cloud somewhere. But I'm not sure where that's coming from for a while. There's a nice little sweep shot that's gone very fine. Paige Scholefield's running around from deep backward square leg. We'll pick it up just inside the rope, and Brooks is off the mark with a couple there. And that takes the Sparks total on to 67 for 1.
Yes, running round, because the pitch here is very much domed towards the strips, so we're looking up almost, it's almost tent-like in the middle.
It is, isn't it? It's beautiful, isn't it?
Can't see the other side. It's beautiful.
Sort of like a crown, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of, it's crown green cricket as opposed to crown green
It
bowls.
is, yeah. Taylor comes in again, and that's turned away uppishly, but fairly safely behind square on the leg side. Schofield comes in from the boundary. Brooks picks up another one, 68 for 1. There's obviously been a lot of loving care put into this ground, I guess, since maybe Warwickshire took this ground over, or about six years ago or so. Yeah. Brian Halford, who's the club's media officer, Warwickshire media officer, told me that Warwickshire bought this ground for £1.
Oh, I don't know.
Can you believe that? The whole ground for £1?
I don't know.
Yeah, so that's really, he would know. It is £1, Brian, isn't it, this ground? Can you believe that?
Yeah.
I mean, if you owned this ground in Edgbaston, all this acreage, I know what I'd be doing.
You'd be building on.
And there wouldn't be any cricket here in a few years.
How dare you?
Even as much as I love cricket.
Oh, no.
And I'd be on a yacht somewhere in the Caribbean.
It's probably got some sort
of proceeds.
It's probably got some sort of covenant on it that it has to stay as cricket.
Sure.
We don't want houses on here.
No, of course
Goodness, Kevin,
well,
what are you saying? What are you saying?
You could stick a couple in the corner and still play cricket.
No.
Elwes over the wicket bowls, and Brooks just works that to point, fielded by Danny White, and there's no run. So that's really awful, because it makes it sound like I've fallen out of
Kevin James, the property developer, wants to build on pitch. You realise you won't be loud back, don't you?
I know. Hopefully nobody from the club has heard that.
Nobody's listening.
I won't finish the game off, let alone be loud back. Here comes Elwes again then, right on medium pace, and it's in the air slightly, but pushed towards mid-wicket. And there's no run there. Score remains on 68 for 1. The Sparks Vipers winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Obviously confident in chasing whatever the Sparks posed, but I have to say, probably not expecting this decent start from the Sparks.
Yeah. A nice start and plenty of batting to come, as we mentioned.
Sure. They always right to left as we look, because we are at deep extra cover. There's a lovely drive there from Brooks, but straight to Taylor at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah. As you mentioned, Eve Jones, I mean, most runs, lots of runs last year in the Rachael Heyhoe. She was number 3 in the most runs chart, 100 not out, and she was second in the 4s chart as well.
Elwes comes in and bowls. That's cut away into the gap past a diving Boucher, and that's going all the way to the rope. That's a nice looking shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Went for placement just to the left of Boucher there, who's not the worst fielder in the world. No. But it was always a yard or two past her outstretched hand. 72 for 1. But talking about Eve Jones, she's not facing the strike so much at the moment, is she?
It seems to have gone, doesn't it, the other way around, unless because perhaps Vipers have got some cunning plan to keep her off strike.
Yes. Well, that always helps, though, isn't it? When you get a good, decent play, if you can keep them down at the non-strikers' end, then that's a good way of actually trying to negate the threat. But it's Brooks is doing a nice job at the moment. She's on 7. Elwes comes in again and bowls. It's full, and it's push drive there to Charlie Dean at extra cover. Charlie Dean had missed out on a place in the Test match last week, having played in the Ashes during the winter. Yeah,
whether she'll get called up to the other squads, of course, because there's a bit of a gap before England play South Africa in the one-dayers. I think there's a week, so maybe that I'm not in on these things, but maybe they've said go back and have a go at the regions.
Well, it's good news for the Vipers. I think the rain is getting a little stronger as we look out behind the glass. Who's playing a missing outside the off stump there? Brooks goes into the hands and the gloves of Carla Rudd. End of the over. We've had 19 overs here, and the Sparks are 72 for 1.
Yes, let's hope the rain stays away.
I think we might be getting a break, don't you think? Look at that. That's definitely coming down harder. I haven't
said that. It's sort of brighter rain. It's sort of bluer, but wetter. If that makes any sense at all there.
I think you're right, actually. The light has got slightly better, and yet the rain has got a bit harder.
Yeah.
which might suggest that we might not be getting too much for too long. Let's hope so. Anyway, the umpire's obviously deciding that we're okay. Taylor's coming round the wicket to Eve Jones, who's playing that down the leg side. That'll be called a wide. Another good take there from Carla Rudd behind the stumps.
And the Vipers playing in their distinctive bright orange at the top of their shirts.
Yes, they are.
You can tell they're playing, can't you, whenever you see them?
Yes, don't need the floodlights. That's way down the leg side and called a wide, and they're going to run one as well, actually, as Tara Norris comes round from backward square leg. Just just talking about, I talked earlier about the Vipers dominating this competition for the 2 years that this competition's been going. How do you think that it's not great for the game? Because now, of course, they hold the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Do you think it's not great for the game at the moment, or am I making too much of the fact that maybe the Vipers aren't that dominant? There's a sweep shot. It's gone down the leg side. It's Brooks who runs a single. I think she got a bat on it, just looking for the umpire to make a signal. That's another wide down the leg side. So Charlotte Taylor's just struggling a little bit here with her line. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a good point that you make. I mean, I suppose it's kind of too early to tell, isn't it? Because we are, we were only, although it's the third year of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, we say that it was a foreshortened version the first year, so it's sort of, we're only not really too into it yet.
Flighted and driven, but straight back to the bowler by Eve Jones.
So it's kind of too early to sort of tell, but there is a bit of a danger, like with most sports, when you get one particularly successful team that everyone wants to play for them.
Yeah.
And will move or get connections to get a game for them.
That's pushed out into the gap in the covers there by Eve Jones. Obviously got a good round of applause there from somebody away to our left, probably one of the groundsmen there who obviously enjoyed that push out into the gap. She moves on to 29, 78 for 1.
I was fortunate enough to be at the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals at Northants because Sparks got there.
Yeah.
And I said to Georgia Elwis's parents, leave some silverware for the rest of us.
Probably about right there. As a tickle on the leg side into the vacant square leg area this time by Brooks, who moves on to 8, 79 for 1. I'm just wondering if there might be a reset coming, do you think, or do you think the ECB will leave it as it is? Because you're right, because players are migrating, aren't they, to one or two of the sides, the Vipers probably especially.
Yeah, well, we've gained Amy Campbell from Northern Diamonds and Abby Freeborn from Lightning, and Marie Kelly went the other way to Lightning.
Okay. Taylor bowls, and that's a cut away, but to backward point. That's Georgia Adams doing the fielding.
Yeah, so there is some swappy changey, and also Emily Windsor, who would normally be with the Vipers, has gone to Lightning on loan. I mean, it's interesting because you've got both ends, haven't you? You've also got Sunrisers struggling, unfortunately.
Yeah. Just tucked away behind square on the leg side by Eve Jones. Knows exactly what she's doing out there at the moment, even though she hasn't probably faced as much of the strike as she would like in the last 4 or 5 overs. But she moves on to 30, 80 for 1 in the 20th. But Emily Windsor, Vipers fans on loan, 7-day rolling loan. I noticed actually that Western Storm are batting first there, so we'll have to wait to see what Emily Windsor does later on in the day.
Yeah.
Taylor over the wicket, bowls. Brooks drives pleasantly up towards mid-off, but there's no gap there.
Because that's the other thing, that players at the Vipers, if they're not getting an opportunity, will want to have the chance to get farmed out to other regions, etc., to prove their point that they are worthy of all of those. Kevin, I think is...
Yes, 80 for 1 then, 20 overs gone. I'm going to make way for Sarah Ginn.
So Sarah Ginn gets herself plugged in, and the players have a little committee meeting about what's going to happen next. And Eve Jones having a chat with Thea Brooks in the middle, and they're returning to their respective ends. As Kevin said, it's 80 for 1, and we've 20 overs done here. And Eve Jones on a rather nice 30 so far, and Thea Brooks on 8. As the field changes, obviously we've got left and right-handed batters here, so Vipers having to work out what they're going to do in terms of field. And that's Georgia Elwis just into Eve Jones, and she just defends that, and there is no run. Welcome back, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Nice to be back. Thought we were going off then for that rain spell that came over, but think we've just about survived it. I didn't see the groundsman running for the covers, so always a good sign.
Elwis coming in Right arm around the wicket to Eve Jones, the left-hander, who just defends that, dabs that to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, we've got the roller and all the various bits of equipment right in front of where we're sat. So nobody twitching, nobody even standing by the kit. So they must be thinking it's going to blow itself over, which we are as well, obviously. As Elvis turns and comes back into the left-handed Eve Jones, who strikes that back towards the bowler, and Georgia fields off her own bowling there, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think Eve Jones batting nicely here, ticking along well, keeping the scoreboard, ticking as well. She did look at some points frustrated during the T20 comp about the sort of a lack of, I guess, scoring when they sort of put fielders back to her to take away her shots or bowled certain areas at her, but looking a little bit more patient today.
Yes, Elvis comes in from the City Road end to Eve Jones, who makes a big expansive shot, and it goes down towards the cover boundary, but there's a fielder out there, and they just get through for the one. But it was a good thump down there. But as you say, perhaps sometimes a little frustrated.
Yeah, Eve did remarkably well over the last few years in the T20 comp. Strike rate is maybe one of those areas that she will be looking at over the winter, but time at the middle is always, as they say, really, really valuable.
Yeah, as Elvis comes in, this time to Thea Brooks, right-handed. She puts that to cow corner, and there isn't a fielder there, so it hits the fence, and that's a 4. Rather satisfying 4 there. Good thump and a good...
Yeah, Thea Brooks, an experienced campaigner here. She plays her cricket now at Warwickshire, formerly at Worcestershire, and I think Mike Perkins and myself found a fact out that she's one of only, I think, a couple of players that played for 3 different sides in the KSL during the competition.
Yes.
She was with the Phoenix last summer, and she's looking strong today.
Yeah, she played for lots of different places, hasn't she? So Elvis coming into Thea Brooks, who defends that forwards, and there is no run. Yeah, interestingly, there's a bit of a thing going here, because in Kia Super League days she played for the Vipers.
Yeah.
So they will be well familiar with Thea Brooks, presumably.
Vipers and Storm, of course, 2 of the names that kept on going from the Super League into this new competition, this new regional structure, and some of the other regions playing a little bit of catch-up, to get their name out in the media, but judging by the sort of attendance today and the crowds during some of the competition, it looks like that they are really getting to know these girls and this competition, and knowing it's sort of the pinnacle, if you like, of regional women's cricket in the UK.
Yeah, I think, and the social media coverage of the players and things is getting real kind of interest, and people are showing the interest, and we're getting that on the live stream viewing, and people listening to these things, which is brilliant.
Yes, unfortunately the rain starts to come down again a little bit here.
Adams bowling spin to Eve Jones, who just drives that forward and with a prod and gets through for 1 run. Score moves on to 86 for 1.
Adams, another one of these very experienced players who's come to the forefront in this regional competition. So it's been a great opportunity for these girls to get noticed and to get more cricket at a high level under their belts.
Yeah, and that's Adams into Thea Brooks, who just defends that down to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, she was second in the Catches League for the Charlotte Edwards Cup with 5, equal with Gwen and Davis of the Sparks, as Adams comes into Thea Brooks, who marshals that out through point, and they get through for a single.
Yeah, I suppose if you're going to win every single game, the chances of you taking a high number of catches is possibly more up there than not, isn't it? But a very strong fielder, a good all-round cricketer, perhaps more known for her batting, but this bowling's also useful
handy,
too.
Isn't it? And that just sneaks straight through, and Eve Jones doesn't get any bat on that. It goes to the keeper, and there's no run. Yes, known for her batting, but useful all-rounder. And she's captain, so perhaps she puts herself in the places where she's going to get a catch.
Wow.
As Adams right arm round to Eve Jones, who strokes that beautifully through the covers as it goes over the rope for 4. That was a really nice stroke.
That's textbook Eve Jones there, I think, isn't it? Straight down the ground, a little bit of width, and she'll pounce on that. That's her bread and butter there, straight down for 4 runs.
Yeah. As Kevin's just putting his hand out, we can see from the slabs in front of us that the rain is quite heavy, but we want to get a game on. So Georgia Adams still bowling from that brewery end, And Eve Jones again strokes that towards the cover, but there's a fielder there, and that's easily cut off, and there is no run as Sparks move towards that 100 milestone, Sarah. 91 for one.
Yeah, I
off,
think
22 overs.
Three figures with just one wicket down would be something that the Sparks would probably have taken at the start of the day, to be honest. So good start with Davina Perrin finishing up on 22 there, and with the skipper Eve Jones for the experience. We've now got two experienced batters at the crease, and so far, don't want to jinx it, but looking quite comfortable.
Yes, let's hope that's. I'm sure that the commentators curse. I mean, Mike always says, well, nothing we say here is ever going to make a difference on the pitch, but just sometimes feels like you've put the mockers on somebody. But we got a change of bowling this end, I think, have we?
So is it Schofield, I believe? Paige Schofield.
Yes, Millie's nodding at me. She's got lots of statistics in front of her. I don't do numbers, Millie, so you have to say words to me. So yes, Paige Schofield from the City Road end into the right-handed Thea Brooks, who has a little swing at that. Carla Rudd got very excited then and just fields the ball. There is no run, so it it went snuck straight through. Quite quick out of the hand here from Paige Schofield.
Yes, I wasn't sure whether that was an edge. I don't think it was. I think it was just sort of very close to being one from Thea Brooks there.
Schofield in, and Thea Brooks takes a rather wide swipe, and we get a wide signal from Joe Ibbotson from the City Road end umpire, and Tom Lungley at the other end. But yes, it was a wide. So it was almost like this must be a wide, because look, I can wave my bat this far, and I still can't hit it.
Third man on the boundary there. I think most of it would have been with one run if she'd have connected with it.
Oh, banged in by Schofield. It's up in the air. Is there somebody? And Carla Rudd just takes the catch. Yes, it went up in the air. I wasn't quite sure because we were at an odd angle how close that was to anybody, but Carla Rudd with the gloves on quite rightly, but then sort of sat down as she took it.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that just came on a little bit quicker. I think it's sort of the pace of that ball there sort of did a little bit. I don't think it was too quick for her, but I think she misjudged it maybe and sort of hitting it quite high in the air, and the safe hands of Carla Rudd taking the catch there. Yeah,
so Brooks is out there caught, unfortunately, and we've got Amy Campbell. And the left-handers, we've got two left-handers. Amy Campbell coming in to replace Thea Brooks at the crease, and we are 92 for 2.
Yeah, so Brooks 13 off 19 balls, including those two excellent fours, particularly that one through, say, cow corner mid-wicket area is a nice strike from her. But she'll be disappointed not to have gone on a little bit further in this innings, and that takes the score to 92 for 2.
Yes, so Amy Campbell joined Sparks this season from Northern Diamonds, and did well on her debut. She got some runs on her debut, and last year, of course, playing against Sparks quite a lot, did very well with the bat. She was fourth in the most sixes chart in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint last year for Northern Diamonds. I was chatting to her in the car park this morning, and she's really enjoying her time here at Sparks. Feels very settled here, which is great to hear. And we're pleased because it also gives us another left-handed bat, which just confuses the field. But we've got two left-handed here at the moment.
Yeah, Campbell had a decent T20 campaign, played I believe every single game for the Sparks. This will be her first competitive 50 over game in Sparks colours, but they're already a well-known and well-liked member of the squad, so it's kind of don't really know that they're newbies anymore.
Settled in quickly, her and Abby Freyborn. I was at Sophia Gardens for the Western calling for Western Storm in that game. Beautiful, a red hot day, and they both did really well that first game. You know, you couldn't wish for debutantes to have nicer batting starts as Schofield comes into Campbell, who flicks that beautiful flick off her feet there to square leg and gets through for the first run of her batting innings.
Yeah, I think she's looking to settle quickly here. I think she's had a nice longish wait now in her pads from the start of the game, but will be keen to get underway and sort of take this score forward. Batting, of course, with the experienced Steve Jones always helps.
Schofield banging that in, and again flicked off the legs this time to fine leg, and again an easy run there. But very confident there. I mean, not needing to play herself in, because those shots need some good timing to flick off your legs and off your feet.
Yeah, Schofield not perhaps getting her line quite right to the left-handers here. It's sort of drifting down onto their legs, and I think a lot of left-handers we see in the game very good in that area.
Schofield right-handed to the left-handed Amy Campbell.
That's a better line, that ball there, isn't it? Just defended back from Campbell.
And there's no run, and we're on 94 for 2, and we're approaching the end of the 23rd over, so almost at that halfway mark. Schofield into Campbell, who drives that, and it's going towards the fence. We're going to see a first 4. Yes, we are. That's 4 runs. That's a beautiful stroke there.
Yeah, that's that on drive, which is so difficult to master, but made it look easy there. So it went a little bit too full from Schofield, but she drove that away really straight past us here for a beautiful 4.
And the score moves on to 98 for 2, almost at that 100 mark. So that would be what Sparks are looking for next.
Yeah, ball being cleaned on the way in. So the rain has, I think, just about stopped. But it's not been a nice day. But nevertheless, it's sort of still able to get the cricket on, and it's continuing here in another maybe a little bit of drizzle. I can see it's hard to see through these windows in front of us.
As Dean spin right arm round to Eve Jones, who puts that straight to the fielder and then cops one as the fielder feels back towards the bowler's end, and it just hits a foot, I think, and they, as you say, picking up from the floor. But the guys, Samara and Kevin, mentioned these orange towels that the players have got, and they're going to be coming in very useful to try and keep this ball dry as Charlie Dean does a bit of drying on her shirt and surveys the field. Coming into Amy Campbell this time, who plays a beautiful shot again down through mid-off, and they get through for an easy single. The score moves on to 90. Oh, I got it! That's it. The 100 up.
100 up.
The 100 up. I was waiting for the applause of the crowd, but they're still putting umbrellas up, and that's driven beautifully through the covers as 2 fielders going round there. My Boucher picks that up on the rope, and they're going for it. They're going to put the fielders under pressure. There's a chance of a run out, and Joe Ibbison says yes, that's run out. So it was all a bit frantic there, and we've ended up with a run out here.
Yeah, Eve Jones is unfortunately the batter ran out there. It was a bit of a mix-up, so it was a beautiful shot down there.
But throws her gloves down in disappointment, shall we say? It just felt like a sort of risk too far. I mean, I wouldn't be very pleased with it if we were batting together.
No, at this point in the game, I think it wasn't really risky. I'm not sure whether there was some confusion over whether they were going to take the second run there. But Eve Jones walking off towards us. I mean, it shows how damp it is out there. She's sort of got mud up and down her pads as she's coming out. And she's looking very disappointed. She'd have been hoping for a bigger and a better score today. As that brings Abby Freeborn to the crease. Freeborn, of course, another one of the players that's moved to the Sparks this year. A very talented keeper, and sort of, I suppose, well, I think we will see her keeping today in the absence of Amy Jones, but also a kind of big hitter with the bat.
Yeah, so Eve Jones goes for 38 off the 70 balls that she, or 39 possibly, 38, 39 off the 70 balls that she faced in. Must be 39 probably. Off the 70 balls she faced, and Abby Freeborn coming in because Gwen Davis is not in the team today, is she? So yes, I'm sure Abby Freeborn will be keeping wicket. But the 2 new to Sparks, but not so new now that they've got some Charlotte Edwards Cup matches under their belt, and it will be Abby Freeborn, the right-hander, to face Charlie Dean as the Vipers change the field a little.
Yeah, Freeborn so can hit the ball really hard down the ground, but let's see how she settles in now to the bowling of Charlie Dean.
Dean into Freeborn, who takes a lovely shot through the covers there, as if she's been playing all day, and the two newbies, as it were, get through for a good 2 runs there, and the score moves on to 103 for 3. Central Sparks playing against Southern Vipers in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. You're listening to Claire Jenkins and Sarah Ginn on the live stream from Central Sparks YouTube and also BBC website as Dean comes in to Freeborn, who... Ooh, and there's a wild throw at the stumps there. Freeborn, I don't think it was even out of her crease there, but they decided to have a little shy at the stumps there just to keep her back in her crease. And
yeah, is that I'm not sure why that throw needed to happen then, but as Freeborn just defends it for no run. It was a good start, a good positive shot first off there, and then a couple more sort of watchful shots to finish the over as the rain starts to come down yet again. I'm not sure it actually even stopped in between, if I'm totally honest. There's a lot of umbrellas up around the ground now, and unfortunately at Portland Road there's no sort of cover from the rain. It's either sit outside, and so there's a couple of trees, but I'm not sure how much shelter you will get from there. But having said that, bring your umbrella and come down and join us. There's still some excellent cricket to watch.
And your waterproofs.
So we're fortunate enough to be indoors today, but from a sort of side-on position, and so the crowd every now and again nipping in front of us and not quite obscuring our view. But I think it's the beauty of these outgrounds that there's sort of a bit more of a free-for-all of the seating area.
We poor old Sarah, somebody sat on a bench in front of the window and we couldn't see, so we moved the bench.
So no longer sitting in there.
Yes, no longer sitting in front of us. 103-4-3. 24 overs as the umpires come together rather ominously for a little chat, and they're waving the ground staff on. So we're going to get a rain delay here, Sarah. Oh, we're used to this, aren't we? We were at Edgbaston when it tipped it down.
Yeah, the forecast hasn't been fantastic for the next couple of hours. So there are the options of shortening these games, but let's hope it doesn't come to that as the covers are pushed on. The ground staff working hard. Here's Bernie O'Connor, whose daughter actually used to play for the Warwickshire setup. There's a lot of helpers out here. Jonathan Blakeman and his team. It's actually Gwennon Davis, I believe, pushing the covers on as well, helping out there.
Yes, got to be busy, hasn't she, Gwennon?
Yeah, got to be doing something to help out. But yeah, it'd be a shame that for the players to come up. I think it is the right decision at the moment. It is starting to look a little bit ominous to say there's not one person I can see sitting out now not under an umbrella. So covers are coming on for now. And this is the difference between playing at these grounds as opposed to at Edgbaston. We're seeing the players now helping out, pushing these covers on.
Everyone's getting involved now. They're all helping with the push on, which is great.
And it's good to see. So that's Ellie Anderson there in the other pink tabard, called up into the main squad from the Sparks Academy for today's game. Obviously being without Emily Arlott, who is poorly at the moment, and with Izzy Wong, who's been on international duty. So Ellie Anderson, a very talented youngster in the Worcestershire setup, and actually plays at a club called Worfield, which is up in the Shropshire area. So it's good to see her sort of in the Sparks colours here today, not getting a chance in a starting 11, but I'm sure it'll be a really good experience for her nevertheless.
Because you'd know more doing the Warwickshire Juniors about the youngsters that are coming through the academy, because we've obviously seen Grace Potts play herself also into the England A team. She's going to be bowling for us later, I'm sure, and we've seen some young talent come through, aren't we, for Central Sparks?
Yeah, Ellie Anderson played for Worcester. We played against them on this Thursday. The Central Sparks have been working with the counties to ensure that we play sort of at similar times and it doesn't overlap with things like academy games, so we can get the girls to play as much as possible. So this Thursday was Worcester, Warwickshire, and Staffordshire, Shropshire in the under-18s competition all going on at the same time. So Ellie, who was pushing the covers on there, had a very good game against Warwickshire, so the least said about that the better from my point of view at the moment.
But from Sparks' point of view,
very promising. Another very promising left-hander, Karis Paverley, I think smashed probably 70 or 80 in probably 50 or 60 balls against us on that occasion, and unfortunately Warwickshire came off second best. But so there is another round of games. It's the under-18 competition is home and away against your regional teams, and then it goes on to a national semi-finals and finals day. It's the first time it's been done that since my side, so we won it with the holders, I believe, which would have been back in before COVID, so we're talking 2019, and certain Izzy Wong was in the side then for the under 17s, and so we're reigning champions, but unfortunately none from one so far this year, which doesn't bode quite as well. But
too early
still
to
lots to play for. Yes,
too early to tell.
I believe the covers are coming on, so I don't know whether we will leave you to
on
it
for
a little while, or we can tune back in when we know a little bit more, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we'll get some sort of update on whether we've got restrictions of overs and so forth. Because if we were at Edgbaston, they'd be
the hover
firing
cover.
up the hover cover, which I'm also fascinated by.
I wonder if that is actually coming on at Edgbaston at the moment. Are they playing at Edgbaston, Kevin, or are we? Are they off for rain as well? So it's only 2.5 miles. Oh, they're on lunch. They're on lunch there. There we go.
Well.
So they're in the score. England are 16 for 1 after bowling India out for 416. So that's the other competition happening at Edgbaston today. Second to only to this game that's going on here. But we will leave you for a few minutes and come back online.
Just
an update from us around the ground. Sorry,
look at what else is going on. Don't turn me off. So South East Stars won the toss and elected to bat at Beckenham. They're playing against the Sunrisers in the same competition that Sparks and Vipers are playing in. So South East Stars are at the moment 186 for 3, and they're approaching the end of the 33rd over. And then in the other game at Loughborough, we've got Western Storm. So Lightning won the toss and elected to bowl, and Western Storm are 143 for 4, approaching the end of the 29th. So Western Storm 143 for 4 off 28.4, and Stars are 186 for 3 off 32.4 against Sunrisers. So the Stars game, you'll have Georgie Heath and Jem Green looking after you there, and I know Mike Perkins is at Loughborough, but I think there might be some technical issues at Loughborough because he hasn't texted me to say that they're on yet. So, and Sarah is just pointing out that England are 16 for 1 after Broad concedes 35 off an over. I don't think Stuart Broad will be happy that we've pointed that out, or his parents. That's a bit of an over.
It's interesting to know how it came to 35, because so 6 is 36, aren't they? So there must have been some extras in there. But have a look at that during the rain break now, and we'll revert back to you shortly. So we'll go slightly quiet and off air now until we know what's going on, and we'll come and update you as soon as we know.
Smells of cricket. Where's your company?
Oh shit, yeah.
I'm from London. No, I'm sure.
Is there any way I can sort of get
Yeah,
around
sure.
it?
I got in the car.
Take it outside.
thought you needed a hand.
Take you to the train station.
Oh, so just outside London,
I know.
that's that.
Oh, I've got a full battery charge as well.
Can you not hold it? Yeah.
Yeah, of course you can.
I don't know which way.
And it's just one biggie. I'll come back again. Sorry, I'm on the phone. I'll come back now. Checking out YouTube. Yeah, yeah.
No, I was told we would. So I have not got anything. Got icon on blue. Have a hot chocolate at the train station. I think that can do. Yep. So all of my birthdays. I'm a student. So I go to uni as a
What's your name?
the commercial would be manager, the time
Best shoes ever. Aren't they fancy?
big company, very big company. He's from the area. I got in contact with him, and he put me in contact with freelancers on holiday, and they chucked him. But it's all our first names.
No,
And very last minute things on these.
Dance? What, we're going to dance?
It's bloody dry. Well, it's not really. Ah, wait!
yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. She's got him off.
Should we give that a go? How many?
I can't do that. No.
Don't look at me. I have
Yeah, hide it well. You're gonna be surprised. Yeah, you definitely hide it well. Off season, go on to the training, go next to me.
No, it's fine. We're all oh, and yeah.
It was quite frozen, and I didn't have a chance to jump up and check why. But, I don't mind.
Where's your phone going?
I mean, it's easy
Don't tell us.
So.
Yeah, okay. Well, what I'll do.
Sit on the seat. Oh, is it? Yeah, no, I don't want to stop with them.
I was quite happy about it.
Did you take this?
It was on my drive.
Must have got a few here, Dom, didn't you, when you played? If you played, you probably didn't play second team.
Yeah. I can't do it anymore.
It's not like you're offering anything else. This is mine.
I don't have to. You don't have to feel bad.
Did you have lunch today?
I'm going to be
Did you have a bit of that?
kids with the sound running like
Primary school.
yeah, it was the giant parachute.
Are they getting rid of it, or are they
Furniture side of it.
happening with primary stuff?
No, they're just growing out
Oh.
pictures. Just to get it raining. Rather than anything else.
Grab
Oh, right. Order.
for that now.
He really is another one. Yeah, I was thinking. Biggest meal he's had in a week.
Yeah.
Well, that was your lunch.
Like, physically stopped myself from eating the whole pack of chocolate fingers yesterday. I easily could have like devoured it. I'm like, I've eaten over half.
Where I used to live in Newton, there's like this little corner shop on the road, and they got quite used to me walking down the dressing down and buying a pack of biscuits and a couple of ice cream. Right? Consume both of them. Yeah, that was when I still ran, so I could do that quite comfortably.
Although actually, when it comes,
Or is that quite big?
no, but you're not comparing to anybody, are you? You've only got one ball, I'm sure. This was in an MCC season.
Yeah. Warehouse.
Don't you have to wear the same?
Got this. I don't
Well,
mind.
warehouse and
Yeah. No, it's fine. I like it.
They've all white.
I met the Chancellor last night.
That was good, really well.
Yeah, I was going to say what it is doing. You're back.
Yeah. Say that. Then I can't get home.
I've got a spell. I think I picked it up.
There is a bench here. There's a literal bench here.
I have a wet food on the top.
I haven't got a seat.
That's such speed.
It does.
Don't be that jealous. It's funny.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Probably isn't money now. It's money. Not fucking bad. Photos on the edge. Are you comfortable? Are you down here?
Yeah.
Grab it, yeah, of course. I don't know what to do with my other hand. Yeah. I feel like my two hands.
So actually, because we're overall, it's not going.
back to school. Hours left.
Yeah, just tell them quarter past we're gone.
Have we got time to go back? 50 minutes. Why not stop?
Yeah, it's because I was run out a tiny little bit to get back into the
We're just going to keep on you for a second. I'm just going to go get back to this.
You think you will say okay, so he's saying it, so you're just going back to the people, and he's saying something before I talk to you.
Just take
Because I tried to do the quick talk, but quick talk on the other thing. I think I can't walk.
I stalked Laura! I'm the only one with nothing. Yeah! How long is it going for?
15 days. Oh well, like it was like 46 degrees. What Celsius? Okay, stop.
I've heard of it, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah. I've got sick because my uni's right next to it. But I really want to film that. It'd be awesome.
Did they break it? They did.
Yeah, no. I graduated from UOM. And obviously that was COVID, so the last head of live before COVID. Yeah, yeah. Wait, so you graduated before COVID? No, I graduated COVID. Oh, 2020. Okay. Oh, God. So I was the last head of live. Yeah. No one else has really between now and then, so I've been supporting for the last 3 years. Which is alright for me, because I keep to take my time. Right, I think that's a lot. You've given yourself. But they need to like all their own life. They're the ones who are students. They're the ones still at the uni. They're the ones that eventually just go, hey Ben, can you help us with this? It's broken. Or how much money can you pay? How do you use a black magic? You should know this. I didn't know not NSTV. Yeah. Yeah, but wasn't me. I would have definitely said that. I got 4 years ago. No, it's a good one. We'll travel up with it. Yeah, no, you're actually great. Yeah. I mean, it was amazing. So 2020 did a charity hold on.
All their student TV and all of the main content we're doing a 24-hour live. Our manager, everyone streams to a server. I'll let people restream or like running into something. Sorry? Yeah. It was down a little bit.
Yeah.
That was me and my story, my bedroom. We were moving just before COVID. We moved Norwich. We moved market time to all of it. So I even had a load of RVs in my third bedroom. I was like, oh, it's kind of way to make money. I mean, it's used to make production. You use it for some of the stuff, like TV, like proper international distribution, like Kindle. But I feel like it's really capable of it.
I feel like I'm going back.
Come on, you two.
Welcome back to Portland Road, where the players and umpires are back on the field of play. Score is 103 for 3, and we are just taking our guards and looking around to start back here. You're with Sarah Ginn and Claire Jenkins on the Central Sparks YouTube channel and live on BBC Sport. Also joined by Kevin James and Samara Afzal today at various points. Welcome back, Claire.
Yes. Oof, had lunch and everything.
Well, yeah, I haven't quite finished mine, but I'm going to go back and have some. It's an excellent service here at Portland Road, getting treated absolutely royally. It's lovely to be back, and we've got Amy Campbell facing the first ball back here from Paige Schofield. Claire's fiddling with her iPad in front. Here's the first ball down, and it's defended straight back for no run. As we go back into the 25th over here, Just trying to find out for you all if we are reducing the overs.
Yeah, it's going to 48,
48 overs. We've only lost 2 overs and had a lovely lunch. That's not all bad, is it? As it over the wicket, into point there again for no runs. So Sparks have got Amy Campbell and Abby Freeborn at the crease. Amy Campbell is 6 not out, Abby Freeborn 2 not out, and say that the score at the moment is 103 for 3, and we're in the 25th over. And that's a no run again off the bowling of Schofield.
Yep. Vipers in their distinctive orange tops, and if you can get close enough to the Sparks, they've got those boom emojis on their tops in the black, and that's into Abby Freeborn. Amy Campbell, beg your pardon. Worked into the leg side for a single, and the score moves on to 103 for 3.
Yeah, Sparks, obviously central region where the centrals area comes from. Sparks, I think, is a little bit of a sort of throwback to the sort of automotive history of the Midlands
the
area.
Workshop
So
of the world and all that.
Yep.
And sort of the Industrial Revolution. And into Freeborn, who works that to cover, and they get through for an easy single, and the score moves on to 104 for 3. Yeah, I think it's, as you mentioned earlier, Western Storm and Vipers could build on their Kia Super League franchise brand, as it were, for want of a better way of describing it, whereas Central Sparks and the others have had to make their own brand, as the right arm over to Amy Campbell, who just defends that back to the fielders, and there is no run.
Yeah, just looking here that the rain has started to come back down
no.
again, which is very unfortunate. Cause spent most of that lunch break actually looking at some blue sky, and yeah, just as we resume play here, say with 48 over a side game rather than 50 overs, the rain has started to fall a little bit, which is very unfortunate. But the umpires seeming to be happy to stay out there for now.
Yeah, let's hope we stay on. I think the weather forecast was sort of a bit naughty to start and then getting better during the day, so let's hope that stays.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a shame not to get any result here. Say, it'd be good to make sure we've got both sides having a chance at getting a bat. As Schofield here at Deep Square sort of puts her hands up to the air as if to say, "Why it's raining again, and why is that happening?"
Charlie Dean coming on from the brewery end to Abby Freeborn, who crouches ready. And she plays that to mid-off straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's a shame when weather affects these games, and it's also because it's a national competition, you never quite know if it's the same weather elsewhere in the country.
Yes, the game seems to be still carrying on, I think, so Freeborn just knocks that down in front of her, and there is no run.
Yeah, I believe let's say one game tomorrow, isn't there, in the competition?
Yep.
and the other 3 games today. So yeah, it's one big group this year. Everybody's playing everybody, so the weather could play its part, unfortunately.
Yeah, as Freeborn defends that back to the bowler's hands at least, and then there is no run. Yeah, the other games today, one at Loughborough, where Lightning are taking on Western Storm, and the other game is at Beckenham, where Georgie Heath and Jem Green are looking after you on the live stream, where Stars are playing Sunrisers at the county ground at Beckenham, and there was no run for the last ball.
We'll get some scores around the ground shortly on that. So I think we're the only ones that have had this weather, unfortunately, today.
Dean into Freeborn, who plays forward, but it goes straight to the point fielder, and there is no run. Yes, so at Stars they are 270 for 8, and they're into their last over there. So Stars 270 for 8 against Sunrisers at Beckenham. As Dean comes in again to Freeborn, waggling a bat, and she plays at that, and it goes through third, and it's going towards the boundary. And there's a camera
Yeah,
in the
it's
way.
gone for
That's
4 there.
4 to Freeborn, and no danger there. Right along the carpet and out along this beautiful green expanse of ground that we have here at the Edgbaston Foundation ground. So we're 2.5 miles from Edgbaston, where the men may or may not be playing their test match at the moment. It's a nice little ground. They've got new seats on the tiers at the one end. Lots of umbrellas, unfortunately, up at the moment. But we've got some crowd in, and you're listening to Claire Jenkins and Sarah Ginn. We are on the Central Sparks YouTube live stream and also going out on the BBC Sport website. You will also hear the voices of Dr. Samara Afzal and Kevin James as Kemp comes into Campbell, who plays a beautiful textbook forward push straight to mid off, and there is no run. 109 for 3 we're still on. Paige Schofield from the City Road end into Amy Campbell, left-handed. Swipes at that one, there's a sort of pad noise and they get through for a single. And the score moves on to 109 for 3.
Yeah, so it's unfortunately starting to rain a little bit heavier, but so the players aren't that interested to be coming off again. I think everyone's looking to stay out there if at all possible, as we watch Schofield come in again to the right-handed Abby Freeborn, who rocks back, didn't get anything on that, and it goes straight into the keeper's hands for no run. So we're also going to be joined now. Now she's finished her lovely lunch, so Claire's going off to finish her cup of tea, and we're joined by Samara Afzal, who's back after her dinner, and Samara's back online with us as Schofield comes into bowl to Freeborn, who hits that down the ground. Schofield gets her hand in the way, stops the ball going for no run. And Samara, lovely lunch that we've just had here, and so it's earlier than we thought we would swap over, but yeah, we're back on in the rain, unfortunately. Schofield into Freeborn, who's missed that, and it's bowled her, and she is out. So Freeborn is out for 7 off 12 balls. She's bowled Paige Schofield for 7, and the score is 110 for 4.
Yeah, lovely lunch. Not so lovely for Central Sparks at the moment. They've lost 3 wickets in a short space of time. They would have hoped to get a partnership after this rain break, but unfortunately that's 4 wickets down, and Abby Freeborn's out for 7. What do you think? Predictions for scores for Central Sparks, Sarah?
I think they'll be looking now to push on a little bit further. And bear in mind, we've only lost 2 overs, but there is a little bit of, rain in the air again. After getting off to a really good start, there has been a little bit of a tumble of wickets. So let's hope that Sarah Glenn, with all her experience, can come in now and steady the ship a little bit. So yeah, Glenn been recently with the England A for that Test match, and she's coming back to the crease now to face the dangerous Paige Schofield, who's bowled quite well so far today.
Yeah, she has. She's been quite accurate with her line and length. I quite like her action as well. It can't be easy though for the fielders and the batters with the rain.
Yeah, it does look like we're coming off again. Unfortunately, the rain is getting a little bit heavier, so apologies that has been short-lived here, but we are coming off again for rain. The score is 110 for 4, and it's 26.5 overs, so Schofield still to finish that over there, and so the rain has got a little bit heavier as the ground staff start moving into place to bring those covers back on. But we will let you know as soon as possible on what we are going to do and how many overs we'll proceed. We are hopeful that we will get some more play, and this is just another sort of slightly heavy shower coming down here as so the umpires leave the field and the players leave the field of play with the score 110 for 4.
So I'm going to take the rain cover with me, rain cover off there, and then bring it filter.
No, if I have COVID, I can't go to the
Oh, yeah, no, fair enough.
I've forgotten to take it off from my window.
Fair enough.
I'm so busy in there, I wasn't ready for it. We're allowed into the States, but we're not take our accreditation unless we take it. And the producer I was supposed to be working with has just been told he's in contact. So it's basically like counting down to his symptoms, which will mean that I'm in charge of the whole thing. I don't want to be in charge of the whole thing.
We're going to Alright. I'm out. I'm not in for it. Might be better.
Ben's not signed out.
Very comfortable. camera. Let's look at my sheet. Oh, wobbly. That's. Oh, mind the wires.
Johnny, that's how you walk after 3 gin and tonics.
That is how I walk after 3 gin and tonics.
Well, like that.
Not all by yourself.
Not all by yourself.
Cute. So what? She was like that. That's nice, isn't it? Oh, so cute. That's a lovely setting. Yeah.
No offence to that child.
Sometimes I just fall asleep.
Like, Meg, I'm going to see what they're saying. Meg, hold a hand. Oh, can we control? No, this is not trusted. Yeah, it's alright. Thank you. Papa. Oh, wow. Thank you. See you later. See you.
But what effect? The camera's like high. Yeah, you got it. I don't mind. I've got a. It's not too long. It's long enough. Video. Oh no, that's fine. I will happily have to try it. But that is my own fault.
One that goes on to the top of the hand.
Yeah, I've got one of those. I've got plenty of those.
Cool. Well, that's fine then. We'll just go and stuff.
I don't know, you want it, I don't want it. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's the message. Yeah, he's excited. Yeah. Students.
Give it to someone.
Camera like that table with a big balloon. Oh yeah, I did see that. Oh right. Oh, see that. There. 50 from oh yeah, 70 grand. Yeah. Ridiculous. Oh, it's sausage Friday. University is not just a sports sector. Instead of hiring something which is reliable, if we combine Wicket assets, utilise those and train students, there's time. And I was like, okay, if you're doing this to train students, not that big sense. You'll find yeah, but yeah. I mean, they go quiet. Oh no, that's definitely. You're still interested in doing this project. I don't want to see numbers. So this and yeah, really big one there.
Say bye, Steve. Bye.
Yeah, he. No problem. Here they are. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The yellow I was saying, MMA with yellow white. That's like your
How long were they for?
got down there at 10, 9, 10. Set up. On from about 4. And we had the preliminaries and didn't get out there until 12 o'clock. No, I didn't get out there until 12 o'clock. I finished at 11:30. Then obviously came yeah, not last night, before that. Vain yesterday.
That's exactly what Maz had done. What he was like, fuck you. No sleep for you. On the night owl though, I stayed up really late anyway. My body was like, no.
Oh, so you're in this mood. Oh, you're definitely staying up tonight.
How old are you?
Huh?
You work in clubs. You don't get back. It's good than that. Yes. So good. No, right. Yeah, no, right. I have to have it.
It's better trying it. I just can't
can't work out where it comes from or goes to. Like that look dark, doesn't it?
We're not selling it. It's lovely here.
Centre court's looking good up there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. another day.
Yeah,
not
another
Saturday.
day. I'm working tonight. Next day off.
Today is sorted classy.
Oh yeah, I'm classing that. Thanks.
Class is sitting.
Yeah. But it makes it seem better.
How was it transition into this? Yeah, that does help.
I've got the iPad on, they're fine.
I wondered what the food was. I love my meal deal, half a chicken quiche and something else. I mean, you can try.
I can try, but I'm sitting there.
Put down the key.
That's the thing, like, the kids are just like, because chicken, there's so much fucking vegetable. It's easy to eat, but it's meant. You know, I'd rather do that with kids. Chicken. It just hasn't changed.
Good to know. When you're hungry Derek wants it, yeah, it's fine. Oh yeah, no. I don't trust. So there'll be
(10-2), ladies. Restart. 10-2. We're on. 36 overs.
36 overs.
Spot on.
Oh god, yeah, that sounds weird.
My face.
You're listening to Samara Afzal and Kevin James. We are at the Central Sparks versus the Vipers game, the Southern Vipers game at Edgbaston Foundation Ground. There was a rain delay. We are about to resume with Central Sparks on 110 for 4. Paige Schofield bowling as the ball is hit down to third for 2 runs, and that takes the score to 112 for 4.
It's been very frustrating, hasn't it, these 2 rain breaks. The first one earlier for nearly an hour, that's the last one for nearly an hour and a half. The game cut down to 36 overs per side. I think whatever the Sparks get here, Samara, I think that's going to be revised upwards because of the overs lost, and of course because they started batting thinking they were going to bat for 50 overs. So the fact that they've been cut down, whatever the Sparks get, it'll be increased.
Yeah, always a bit harsh, I feel, on the team batting first when you do get the rain delays, because the team batting second then knows exactly what they need to do, what run rate to go at.
So what's that? 27 overs effectively, isn't it? So what have we got? Nine to do.
Yep, we've got Amy Campbell and Sarah Glenn. Sarah Glenn, very experienced England player. Central Sparks will be relying on both of these. As we resume, and that's nicely hit by, looks like Sarah Glenn, straight to the bowler. And Charlie Dean is resuming the bowling. She bowls her second ball, which is nicely played down to long off for 1 run. The score moves on to 113 for 4.
What a lunch we had. Hey?
I wasn't expecting that. I must say the lunches have changed drastically since I played county cricket.
Absolutely terrific. We needed those 2 lunch breaks just to be able to wolf it all down.
Yeah, we'd be falling asleep otherwise.
But hopefully the rain's going to stay away now. Hopefully, although it's still overcast. But those clouds look a little higher to me.
They do. The sky's slightly clearer than it was. Charlie Dean running into bowl again. And that's a wide. Slightly down leg side. Wide given by the umpire. 1 more to the total to take it to 114 for 4.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Sparks play it now, because the overs, of course, greatly reduced.
Sarah Glenn on strike. She hits it straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run. Charlie Dean back into bowl. Sarah Glenn on strike. She hits that and it's running away to the boundary, and that's gone for 4 down to third man. Much needed boundary for the Central Sparks, and the first one since we've resumed after the rain delay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how they come. Charlie Dean, actually a nice inclusion into the Vipers side. The fact that she didn't play the test match at Taunton, I think the Vipers weren't quite sure. Every time I look at Charlie Dean, she's diving around on the floor. She's done that there as the balls come in. She's done that a few times in the field already today. But yeah, bonus for the Vipers, even though she didn't play in the test match last week.
Charlie Dean into Sarah Glenn, who hits it nicely, just backward of square leg, and that's running away, and that's also that well fielded, so the boundary has been stopped. They will run 3 for 2 runs. Can't quite see who that was that stopped the boundary with a neat little dive.
Well, it was either Paige Schofield or looks like Charlotte Taylor down there.
I think it might have been Charlotte Taylor.
Yeah, Charlotte Taylor, yep, you're right. Just taking time, aren't they, to get the ball dry, because that'll be a very wet outfield.
Sarah Glenn on strike. She's flicked it slightly for no run. The ball's gathered by Tara Norris, and that's the end of the over. That's Sparks on 120 for 4 after 28 overs. The game is reduced to 36 overs per side.
Sarah Glenn just had 4 innings or 4 games in this competition last year, 118 runs, average 39, pretty respectable.
That's a very good average. I'd be very, very happy with 39.
You would. Did you never average 39 for Warwickshire when you played?
I usually batted at number 10 or 11.
Ah, well, yeah. that's difficult to achieve that at that position.
We've got Paige Schofield resuming, and that's hit the pads. There's an appeal. They've managed to run through for a single.
I don't think we'll be giving LBW some our position at deep mid-wicket.
No,
I'd like to.
No, I'm not even going to try and guess where on the pads that was hitting.
Probably pitching outside leg stump, I would have thought. Danny White still got the sunglasses around the back of her head.
She has.
Amazing. I think she does that. She must be sponsored. Yeah.
It's her signature look. Paige Schofield running in, and that's nicely flicked down to the leg side for 1 run. And the score goes to 122 for 4.
Yeah, field changes with the with a right and left-handed combination, and of course with the ball need to be dried. I think these last 9 overs or so might take a while, and also Georgia Adams is having a chat with Paige Schofield just to get this field right. Of course with the circle as well, you've got to make sure you've got the right amount of fielders inside and the right amount of fielders outside. Looks like Charlotte Taylor's come in from deep third.
Schofield in. Amy Campbell, she hits it very nicely, and it's running down, and it's run down for 4 runs. Just square of fine leg, and that's again another good boundary for Central Sparks, taking the score to 126 for 4.
Just wondering if this track's got a little skiddy with the light rain that we've had before the covers have gone on. Just that little film on top of the wicket, which I think has already been pretty good today. It looks a very good wicket, but maybe just coming onto the bat a little bit more, just helping the batters just use the pace of the ball to their advantage.
Paige Schofield runs into Amy Campbell, who's hit it straight back, and it's hurt the hand of Paige Schofield there. She's managed to half stop it, but the batter's run through for a single.
That's hurting it. Unfortunately, it's not a bowling hand, so she's all right. She's got no excuse to say she can't hold the next ball when she bowls. Can't say that one slipped if it goes for 4, because it was actually a front arm, a leading arm, that got hit.
It was, although it was hit quite firm, to be fair.
Oh, I think it was anyway. Yeah, it was. Was it?
Paige Schofield runs in, and Sarah Glenn hits it nicely to backward of point for 1 run. Takes the score on to 128 for 4.
The runs look pretty easy here at the moment. Seem to be plenty of gaps out there in the field, and ball seems to be coming on nicely. These two playing well.
Even with the rain, the ball seems to be going quite quickly through the outfield.
Yeah, and getting wetter, of course.
Paige Schofield into Amy Campbell, and she's come out of her crease. She's hit it hard, but straight down the ground to the mid-on region, just for 1 run, taking the score to 129 for 4, and that's the end of the over.
So since the second rain break, 110 for 4 that was, so they've already added 19, and what's that, in just over 2 and a bit overs. So going well, yeah, scoring very nicely.
Yeah, they'd like to continue at that rate, so that's just 9.5 runs per over. There is only now another 7 overs remaining in the Central Sparks innings.
Looks like, who we got? Georgia Adams, the captain, with her off spin.
Starts off with a wide ball, down leg side, well collected by the keeper, Carla Rudd. 1 run added to the score as she comes in again. And Amy Campbell hits it straight to mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to get too much turn out there, to be honest.
Georgia Adams in again to Amy Campbell, who goes onto back foot but hits it straight to point for no run. Nicely fielded.
Yeah, that's Tara Norris there. One of 2 fielders quite close together. They can almost hold hands, her and Charlotte Taylor. They're that close.
And Georgia Adams in again, nicely hit down the 2 long off for 1 run.
Field changing again for the left and right handers.
Got Sarah Glenn back on strike.
Looks like Charlie Dean's not quite sure where she should be there, coming from off to leg. There was a big gap at mid-wicket there. I think Dean probably thought, hang on a minute, I should be there.
Georgia Adams into Sarah Glenn. Ow, and she tries to hit that to, well, she almost tried to hit it backward of square leg, but it went a little bit finer, but they managed to get through for a single.
Signal buys as well. That looked like a little leg side-ish.
Thought it had come off the pads.
Yeah. There's a lot of running around there at the moment with the left and right-handed combination. Normally you get 1 or 2 fielders changed. There's about 6.
Georgia Adams and Taylor Kemble, and she's nicked it, and that's out. The umpire's put his finger up, so that's 5 wickets down for Central Sparks. That takes the score to 132 for 5. Not the wicket they wanted to lose.
No, just a little bit of extra bounce there, wasn't there? Just a slight top edge as it went through to Carla Rudd, who's taken a second catch of the innings. She got rid of Thea Brooks with a steepling catch, wasn't it? A big top edge. Paige Schofield getting that one, and Georgia Adams picking up her first wicket of this Central Sparks innings, which has been interrupted twice because of the weather. Once at 103 for 3 off 24, and then again at 110 for 4 coming towards the end of the 27th.
Ria Fackrell, who's replacing Amy Campbell out there in the middle.
Now, what about this girl, Fackrell? Is she more of a bowler than a batter? Are we sort of getting into that sort of stage now?
Batting all-rounder, I would say.
Batting, right, okay.
I would say more of a batting all-rounder. Central Sparks have got quite a good batting lineup. They bat quite deep.
I have to say, on the whole, they've looked strong. I don't think the 2 rain breaks have helped them. It's just upset momentum, because I thought they had momentum, didn't they? Especially with that opening partnership.
Yeah. Ria Fackrell drives it nicely down the ground, down to long off for 1 run, taking the score to 133 for 5, and that completes the 30th over. We've got 6 more overs to go.
4 runs off that Georgia Adams over. So far for the Vipers, Paige Schofield with 2 for 20 from 4 overs, and a couple of wickets for Charlotte Taylor, and well, 1 for Charlotte Taylor, 1 for Georgia Adams. And of course we had that run out. Eve Jones ran out earlier for 39 off 70 deliveries. She looked very good out there indeed. A bit of a mix-up when she was run out going for a second.
Looks like we've got a bowling change.
We have, is it Georgia Elwis in again?
Elwis.
Yeah.
Looks like Georgia Elwis back in again.
100 for the England 18 a couple of weeks ago at Arundel.
Yeah.
Oh, captain as well, that's right. Claire, yes. Five overs, none for 15 for her so far.
George Elwis bowls, it goes straight to the keeper, Carla Rudd, playing a miss and no run.
Yeah, it's really skidding on at the moment, isn't it? I say it should be nice for the batters, just open the face, work it into the gaps behind square, use the pace of the ball. It's easy from here, easy from deep extra cover.
George Elwis runs in again, and it's played straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run.
That's Paige Schofield there. Usually it's Paige Schofield and Maya Boucher at sort of extra cover and mid-wicket, but I've noticed more now. Maya Boucher does a lot of boundary patrolling, and that used to be sort of Emily Windsor's sort of area. She used to have a good arm, but of course she's on loan at Lightning.
George Elwis into Ria Fackrell again, and she hits it straight over the head of George Elwis, and it goes down to a long run for 1 run, taking the score to 134 for 5.
Ella McGacken with the fielding there. Still a few people stuck around, haven't they, really? I mean, there's never been lots of people here, but there's been a few, and I think there's probably as many here as there was before the first rain break, so it's good they've stuck it out.
Georgia Elwis into Sarah Glenn this time, and she drives but misses the ball, and it hits the gloves of Carla Rudd and comes back out, and no run that time.
Just looking around the ground a little bit, we mentioned earlier there's a big sort of line of trees and that big sort of fencing, a bit like you get at a golf range away to our left. Apparently there's a housing estate behind those row of trees, that's why apparently that netting's up. Ask the groundsman.
Georgia Elwis back into Sarah Glenn, who's hit it high, it's gone into the sky. Will someone catch it down anyway? It's running around, but it falls just short of her. They run through for a single, and that takes the score to 135 for 5.
And apparently away to the right there, which looks a bit of wasteland, and it does look a bit untidy, doesn't it, really? There used to be a boxing club there, apparently.
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. And there was a brewery, that's why it's called the brewery end on the other side, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It used to be the old Mitchell and Butlers, yeah, which Claire apparently used to love.
Georgia Elwes into rear fat roll. He's hit it down to leg side, just square leg, and they run through for 1 run, taking the score to 136 for 5, and that completes the 31st over.
Apparently Claire Jenkins did a guided tour around there every other week, apparently. before breakfast. Just 3 runs off that Georgia Elwes over, and we've got, what, 5 overs to go of the Sparks innings. It started being 50 overs, but the 2 rain breaks have cut this game down to 36 overs per side.
Georgia Adams getting ready to bowl with Ria Fackrell back on strike, and we are going to hand over the commentary to Sarah Ginn, who's then going to be joined by Claire Jenkins.
Join us back here as Ria Fackrell hits a single down the ground to bring the score to 137 for 5, and we're in the 32nd over now of this now revised 36 over total, as Adams comes in to Glenn, who's just as an appeal, there's nip through, but Fackrell's called her partner through for a single. I believe that might be a leg by. Yes, the umpires just signalled their leg by to take the score to 138. It's been a bit fast and furious since we've been back from this rain break, hasn't it, Claire?
It has.
Adams to Fackrell has worked that into sort of square leg area for 1 run.
Yeah, she got hit on the hand for a trouble there. It's not true. I haven't done brewery tours. I was more likely to do a Cadbury's tour, actually. Got relations who worked at Cadbury's.
It's Adams to Glenn, rocks back, hits it straight back for no run, as I think that's Charlie Dean there trying to jump over the wicket as she fielded that ball. Gives it back to her skipper there. So these girls will know each other quite well, having played in and around the England circuit together. It's Adams, this off spinner. Oh, that's kept low there. There's a sort of a muted appeal, but I don't think the wicket keeper was too interested in that one there, but it's gone through for no run. Any dot ball at this stage will probably be working in the Vipers' favour, as the Sparks are looking to up their total due to the reduced rain. That's a nice shot through, backward point there through Sarah Glenn, and that's raced away for 4 runs. That's an excellent shot, a little bit of width there, and she took advantage of that, didn't she?
Yeah, I mean that also, building on what you just said, the advantages to the second team, because they know what they've got to chase and how many overs, providing we don't have another rain break. But it's always advantage, I think, the second batting innings in that.
Yeah, we've looked at a number of forecasts in the hope that one of them will tell us that it's not going to rain again for the rest of the day, and I think we might be safe till about 6 o'clock, but we'll see what happens for the rest of this innings now, and then so the Vipers will have to chase down the Sparks total in the 36 overs, as Georgia Elwes, I believe, is going to continue from the city end.
Yes, Georgia Elwes taking stock of what she's going to do now. These last few key overs, what can they keep Sparks to? As she comes in right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Fackrell, who puts that through to long on, and they just get through for an easy single there.
The Fackrell in the side for her, partly for the batting, but also probably for her off-spin bowling that we will see later. Of course, we've got Georgia Davis back in the side. I think she had a broken finger, I believe, during the T20 campaign and didn't take any part, but it'd be good to see her back with ball today.
Yeah, Elwes into Glenn, who puts that into the air and straight down the throat of the square leg fielder. That's out for Sarah Glenn, caught at deep square leg, and that's the 6th wicket down for Sparks. 144 for 6.
Yeah, she didn't quite get hold of that, did Sarah
No.
Glenn? Like, the right intent there, but perhaps just didn't quite go through with the shot, and aiming to clear the head of that deep mid-wicket, deep square leg fielder there, but it just went straight into her hands, unfortunately, for Glenn, who is now walking off to make way for Georgia Davis, who we've just mentioned there recently, is her first game back in the Sparks colours for this season in the competitions. I think she has played in a few of the friendlies, but it's interesting to see now this battle as she goes out to the middle.
Yeah, it's great to see Georgia Davis back, because you want them all involved, and yeah, great to see her back. Yeah, it felt like Sarah Glenn sort of went to hit it and then almost realised partway through the shot that there's a fielder there, and didn't, you know, as you say, if she'd committed it might have gone higher.
Yeah, I think that was Charlie Dean out there, was actually a very good fielder, and took the catch. Made it look very, very easy out there.
Yeah, so she got so that was Sarah Glenn, caught for 15 off 15 balls there, 2 4s, caught Dean, bowled Elwes. So we've got Georgia Davis to the crease.
Central Sparks 144 for 6 here in the 33rd over of a 36 over game. So reduced for the rain, the 2 rain breaks that we've had, hoping to have no more going into, well, at least at the rest of this innings, at the very least we'd really hope for.
Let's hope so. It is pretty gloomy here weather-wise, but we're going to bring you some sunshine on the live stream. So Georgia Elwes coming in from the City Road end to Georgia Davis, who plays a defensive shot straight to point, and Danny White does the fielding, and there is no run.
So Fackrell and Davis would have played cricket together for Warwickshire Youth growing up, similar age groups through the years, and I think that they're no strangers to batting together at this sort of time in a game.
Which is good. Elwes into Georgia Davis, who again posts that backwards through third, and it's racing towards the rope, as is Danny Wyatt, and she does a fantastic dive and manages to get the ball back just in time, ready for Maya Boucher to throw the ball back, and the score moves on to 146 for 6.
Danny White, excellent fielder there, obviously. Seen her field in this position for many teams over the years, and so I think you'd have backed the ball against many other players to go to the boundary there.
Elwes into Georgia Davis, who again posts it to the offside, through point, through Danny White this time, and they get through for a single. The score moves on to 147 for 6.
Yes, so Davis back in the side, more known for her off spin, but say as a youngster was very handy with the bat in this lineup, batting slightly further down, but she's no stranger to scoring runs.
Yep, Elwes into Georgia Davis, who comes forward, plays that into the leg side, and they stroll through fairly comfortably for another single, and that's 148 for 6.
That's Fackrell still in the strike, I think. Then at the end of the over,
indeed.
She's doing a little bit of gardening out there. I'm not sure, there must be little bits and pieces on the pitch. I say after this rain break, the ground staff did a sterling job. There was covers coming on, sheets being attached, and all sorts. And at one stage, they even got the tractor out and took one of the covers off before the rain then came back down again. So we sort of had one false start. We had a few overs in between the first and the second rain break, but not as many as we'd have hoped for. So we're now back down to 36 overs, but it still should be a decent matchup. There's enough overs, I think, for Sparks to put a decent total on the board for the Vipers to chase.
And they need to up the rate, don't they, because they know that every runs are crucial here, in the same way that Vipers are looking for.
As Dean comes back in now over the wicket to the right-handed Fackrell, who's gone quite positively there, hit it down the ground. A diving Dean there, didn't quite get anything on it as Fackrell scampers through for a single. So she's very active off her own bowling, Charlie Dean. I think as a spinner at the highest level you have to be, but she didn't quite make that dive there, just sort of going over the top of the ball that was hit quite powerfully from Fackrell straight down the ground.
It's like Kevin said, she seems to be diving about all the time. Every time you look at Charlie Dean, she's finding an excuse to dive around the ground.
So Dean into Georgia Davis, who goes back and plays that through. Look, must say for the last 3 shots, she's played most of them towards that backward point area. And I know Kevin was mentioning they've got these 2 fielders, kind of a gully or backward point and a point that seem to be very close together. But perhaps this is the right field to Georgia Davis, the way she's playing. As Dean into Davis, who's actually worked that through mid-wicket. The mid-wicket's deep, so that's an easy single there. They're looking for 2, but decide against it as the fielder Danny Wyatt comes in from the boundary, just keeping it to a single. There's a nice gap here now, isn't there, at mid-wicket, which I say they could get a runner ball if that's what they're looking for now, if they can work it into that area.
Davis has moved a little bit into sort of short mid-wicket,
so Dean into Fackrell. He's used her feet, come down the ground. Oh, it's only as far as the fielder there, and that is out. That is caught by Georgia Adams, I believe. Yes, it is the captain, Georgia Adams, at mid-off. And we said earlier she is one of the most prolific catchers in this game, and perhaps that's a great position for her to be in. That was hit hard by Fackrell, but straight into the hands of Georgia Adams, and she is out for 8 off 11 balls, which takes the score to 150 for 7.
Yeah, positive shot, wasn't it? Just unfortunately straight to the sort of knee height to Georgia Adams, who took a relatively regulation catch there. But positive, I think, you know, I don't know, if I was Sparks,
yeah, maybe it just
like
didn't. It's the execution sort of versus the intent, isn't it, really? The intent was there, probably the right option. The mid-off is up. Is she trying to go over her head? Perhaps didn't quite time it right. So it could have been an excellent shot, but it just turns out to go into the hands of mid-off there, and being another sort of well-taken catch and a wicket for the Sparks, which brings Grace Potts to the crease. Grace Potts, a very promising youngster we discussed earlier. She was part of that England A side that played in the Test match sort of last week, and did very well for her debut in England colours.
Brilliant. Of course, we had Potts in the men's Test and then the women's A team practice red ball game as well. So yeah, Potts doing great, which is brilliant. And Dean comes in to Potts, who works that round her legs, and they go through for a single. And Georgia Davies lunges for the crease there, and there's a simple single there.
Yeah, so Grace Potts, I say, I don't think they're any relation. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Potts new to the Test side. Yeah, Grace Potts, a youngster from Staffordshire, plays her cricket through the age groups there, and a big part of the Spark setup now as Dean into Georgia Davis there for no run, and that ends our 34th over, and the score is 151 for 7.
Yeah, because Grace Potts, in terms of the Charlotte Edwards Cup that we've just finished, she had the most wickets. In terms of the most wickets table, she was the second in that, actually level with Charlie Dean. So two of the most wicket takers in the Charlotte Edwards, and of course she took 4 for 36 against the Stars, which will be a good memory for her from this season.
Yeah, it's great to see these youngsters coming through in the competition now, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's there was the sort of, I suppose, slightly older girls generation, journeyman cricketers, if you like, who now coming to the fore, but also these youngsters are getting this chance on the bigger stage.
Yeah, and getting a chance in the A team, as Potts did. As Elwes comes in from the City Road end, and that's put forward into the leg side for a single. Is that Rhea Fackrell, that end?
Rhea Fackrell's out. That's Grace Potts this end, and Georgia Davis on strike.
They are quite distinct. I beg your pardon. That was Potts getting a single there. The score is 152 for 7 for Central Sparks against Southern Vipers. You're listening to Claire Jenkins and Sarah Ginn. As Elwes comes in, and that's to Georgia Davis, and she works that backward of square. The umpire has to leap out of the way, and they get through for a single. The score moves on to 153 for 7. This is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. This is the 50 over version. So we've just finished the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which was the T20 Cup between the regions, and this is the 50 over version, as Elwes steams in from the City Road end. Potts takes a big swing, and it goes down to third, but it's cut off brilliantly by Charlotte Taylor down there, and they get through for 2 runs while they get the ball back. Charlotte Taylor fielding sort of goalkeeper-like down there at sort of midway third. It's not short and it's not long, but it's somewhere in between. And she parried that beautifully, but somebody had to go and tidy up, so they got through for 2 runs. Score moves on to 155 for 7. and just surveying the field here.
Yeah, you've got a deep cover, I think here, deep square leg. There's a few gaps to be had, maybe.
Yeah, as Potts plays that into the onside, a good lusty blow, but straight to the fielder, and they get through for a single. 1-5-6 for 7.
Of course, slightly different to the men's game, or different from the men's game, should I say, where we can have 4 out after the power player, as opposed to 5 out in the men's sort of county championship competition. Does make for potentially more gaps in the field there, but
Elwes to Davis this time, who plays that again towards square leg, and they get through for a single. Just rotating the strike quite nicely here.
Finding the fielders a little bit, aren't they, on the
yes,
boundaries?
But finding the field.
As that way gets straight to Charlie Dean at deep square.
Yes, we move on to 1-5-7 for 7 into the 35th over. Elwes coming in to Potts this time. Another big swing, pushes it to long off, but there is no run, and that's the end of the over. So the score is 157 for 7 off 35 overs, and it's still gloomy, isn't it? But as you say, the Vipers' shirts lighting up the ground from here, that bright orange tops of their shirts.
They're going into the last over of this this game today, for the innings, sorry, for the Sparks. A conversation now between Charlie Dean and Georgia Adams, who I believe has got the ball in her hand for this last over.
Captain's taking on the responsibility for the last over.
Yeah.
What can Sparks get up to?
Of course, their overs allocated would have been reduced with the rain, so I wonder whether Charlie Dean has actually bowled all of her overs now, as Adams comes into Georgia Davis, who's used her feet, played that backward, and that's another great stop from Charlotte Taylor there as they scamper through for a single to backward point, or sort of third area there, I guess. To take 1 run off the last ball of this this final over to bring Grace Potts on strike. There's a little bit of a field change going on, still both right-handers, but bringing another fielder into that sort of point third area there, as Adams into Potts, who plays it positively down the ground, although there is someone at long on there who's going to pick that up and throw it back in for another single. I mean, Vipers will be probably quite happy that they're just getting a runner ball here in this last over. Sparks will be looking to put as many on the board as they possibly can in this last over, as Adams into Davis, who used her feet nicely, hit that hard. It's gone through the, I think that's Charlie Dean there, and it just she parried it to the other fielder, who tied it up behind her there to just get another single off the over. So with 3 balls left, they're moving the field again. I think that's looking at her hand there, Charlie Dean, that was hit hard. So Adams into Potts, who takes a swing, and she's missed it, but it's missed everything, and it's gone through. Are they going to run it up? Maybe a couple there. So long legs of Grace Potts races back, and I think that will be signal byes. Yes, it is. So that's so it missed everything, went through the keeper, through the batter, and they scamper through for 2 byes. So the score is 162 for 7 with 1 ball, 2 balls remaining.
Tara Norris doing the tidying up there behind.
As Adams to Potts. It's a bit shorter. She aimed to pull it there, but didn't quite connect with it. It's the right idea, not the connection. As
that was going to be in the window with us, I think, if she got hold of that.
As we see the ground staff getting ready for the interval, which I believe won't be very long at the end of this innings, due to the fact that we've already had tea and the rain breaks. And Adams into Potts with the final ball, and they're racing through for a single to finish proceedings here on 163 for 7 off the 36 overs. As the heavy roller comes onto the pitch here, and we'll run you through that scorecard just as it updates that final run. So Eve Jones, Captain Eve Jones, was run out by Danny Wyatt for 39. Davina Perrin caught McGacken, bowled Taylor for 22. Thea Brooks was out for 13, caught Rudd, so caught behind off the bowling of Schofield. Amy Campbell caught Rudd, bowled Adams for 16. Abby Freeborn was bowled by Schofield for 7. Sarah Glenn caught Dean, bowled Alwys for 15. Ria Thakral was caught by Schofield off the bowling of Dean again for 8. And then Georgia Davis ending on 8 not out, and Grace Potts ending on 5 not out. So that's the Spark score, 163 for 7 in their 36 overs. Bowling wise, Tara Norris was 4 overs, 14 for no wicket. Freya Kemp 4 overs, 16 for no wicket. Charlie Dean 7 overs, 28 for 1. Georgia Alwys 8 overs, 29 for 1. Charlotte Taylor 4 overs, 20 for 1. Georgia Adams, the captain, ended on 5 overs, 23 for 1, and Paige Schofield 4 overs, 20 for 2 wickets. And I believe just before we go over to the changeover, Claire's going to run you through the scores from around the other grounds where there hasn't been as much rain, so they should be well into their second innings by now.
They are. So down at Beckenham, where South East Stars are playing Sunrisers, and you're being looked after by Georgie Heath and Jem Green on the live stream down there. South East Stars set 281 for 8. I presume they must have played their full allocation. So South East Stars 281 for 8. Sunrisers in reply are 118 for 3 off the 22.5 overs. That's 118 for 3 off the 22.3 overs. So Sunrisers require 164 runs off 27.5 overs, which will be almost 6 and over. So that's quite a total to be chasing there down at Beckenham. And then we just take you through to Lightning, which is where Mike Perkins is looking after you on the live stream. So Western Storm set 255 for 9. Western Storm 255 for 9. This is at Loughborough University at the Hazel Grove pitch. And Lightning in reply are 40 for 3 off their 11 overs. Let me just check. So the batters out for Lightning are Bryce was out, bowled Filer for 11 off her 17 balls. Marie Kelly was out for 2 off her 12. And Catherine Bryce, so a brace of Bryces for the bowling attack there. Court Wilson bowled Gibson for just 5. So Emily Windsor, who we've mentioned earlier, the Viper on loan, she's got 8 off her 22, and Lucy Hyam is not out, 5. But they're struggling there, Lightning, so Lightning need 216 off 39 overs at over 5.5 and over there at Loughborough. If you're going there, it's some sort of open day at the university, so the parking may well be restricted, but it's a bit late on now. So yes, Central Sparks have set 163 for 7 off their 36 overs. We'll be joining you shortly again for the second innings. The players are just having a warm-up now before we get to the second half, so we will see you on the other side.
One 176.36. Thank you.
No, we don't need to shop now. Don't shop now. That's fine.
So the two umpires make their way out to the middle here at the Edgbaston Foundation Community Sports Ground. A revised target for Central Sparks of 176 after they finished 163 for 7 off their 36 overs. 2 rain breaks meant that we lost 14 overs in total. The first of those, the Sparks were 103 for 3 off 24 overs. We lost nearly an hour then. And then the second stoppage, which was almost an hour and a half, the Sparks were 110 for 4. So 163 for 7 is now 176 according to Duckworth Lewis. So that's exactly what, in fact it's 175, isn't it? 'Cause it's 176 to win for the Vipers. Taking you through these next few overs, myself, Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent, and next to me you've already heard a little bit of her, probably not enough really, so she's doing some extra overs. Sarah Ginn, who looks after the, is it under 18s at Warwickshire?
Yes,
under
it is, yeah.
I'm sure that's a very rewarding as well. Oh my word, that is in the background, the roller, which has just been parked into position in front of some picket fencing. Fortunately, there looked like to be a good gear change, otherwise that picket fencing would have been down in front of us. Danny Wyatt and Georgia Adams will lead the Vipers charge. They are walking out to the middle in their familiar fluorescent orange tops, which as you gradually go down their tops gets a little darker, dark trousers, and for the Sparks they have lovely maroon lettering on their backs, but very much dark tops and dark trousers with a sort of bit of piping down the legs. What's that piping all about there?
Well,
Sarah?
I don't know. I see it's got the star of the Sparks, which is kind of worked for them on their uniform this year. I think it also means that each team it's got its own emoji on Twitter and all of these. There's a sort of a star emoji that the Sparks use. There's a sort of whirlwind that the Storm use. You know, everyone's got their own. The Vipers have got the snake there, haven't they? So
yes.
It's actually, I don't know whether it was planned or by default, but it seems to have worked quite well there.
Yeah, I think it's great. I really do. Yeah, all these lovely things. Just saw Dominic Osler walking in, former Warwickshire batter. Just about recognised him. Good lad he was in those days. Don't know what's happened to him now. But anyway, we are minutes away from getting things. I'm saying it very quietly because he's getting a cup of coffee just behind us. We're actually in a pavilion here at the Foundation Ground. We've been well looked after. We've been well fed. We've been near the teams, so we've had to watch what we say about them. And 1 or 2 officials as well from Central Sparks and from the Warwickshire contingent, as well as the Vipers. Adam Carty behind me, and I always have to watch what I say when he's not far away in the distance. But we're just about to get underway then. 176 it is for the Vipers to kick their Rachael Heyhoe Flint season into gear. Of course, for the last 2 seasons they've been defending champions. The Central Sparks, who beat the Vipers down in Hove last year by a massive 120 runs. They may not, if they win this today, win by that amount, but I'm sure they'll be looking for the same positive result. Although, of course, there's no Emily Arlett in the side, who picked up 5 wickets that day.
Yeah, she's still recovering from a bout of COVID, unfortunately, that sort of scuppered her Test match chances earlier on in the week, but hopefully to see her back shortly, back to full fitness.
Yeah, very good bowler indeed. So who have we got to start off with here, Sarah?
So this is Grace Potts, bowling from the City end.
Staffordshire, part of the Staffordshire contingent in the Sparks side. Here she comes in, races in, bowls right arm over. There was a decent pace there, nicely stroked out into the covers by Adams, fielded by Amy Campbell, and we are underway. Remember, 36 overs that this game has been reduced to per side. A couple of big rain breaks, which I have to say, looking up for the first time, I'm seeing blue sky.
Yeah, it looks finally like almost cricket weather here at Portland Road. So it was definitely a lot duller about an hour or so ago, but the sun may be breaking through.
Yeah, we might be all right. Potts bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. That looks a decent pace. She's quite tall, isn't she?
Yeah, she's still. I think she's 19 at the now, but she's always been quite tall, and now she's learning to control her action as well, and she's really starting to push the ball through. Of course, we're seeing Abby Freeborn behind the stumps as well for the first time for the Sparks. I think she has done some warm-up games for them, but Amy Jones, of course, took the gloves for the 20-over competition, so it'll be interesting to see her talent there as well.
Yep, here's Potts again, bowls, and it's wrapped on the pad there, Georgia Adams. Big shout for LBW, she's gone. In the first over, 3rd delivery, Adams trying to work that ball away on the onside. Just played across the delivery there a little bit. And Adams goes for no score. And the Vipers are 0 for 1.
Yeah, squared her up a little bit, didn't it? The pace of Grace Potts kept slightly low there, and that'd be an excellent wicket and a good start for the Sparks there. They'll be pleased to dismiss the captain, Georgia Adams, who's been a prolific scorer over the years for the Vipers. So to dismiss her without score, to take the score for 0 for 1 is a great start for the Sparks.
It certainly is, yeah. Top run scorer in this competition in its first year, 500 runs. As the Vipers beat the Northern Diamonds in the final. So a big wicket indeed. And Georgia Adams makes her way off. And in at number 3 is Maya Boucher. Looking to get back into that England reckoning, having broke into it towards the end of last year.
Yeah, she did nicely, didn't she, for England? And, you know, they seem to have mixed it up a little bit, especially, I suppose, with the Test match side and with a lot of youngsters proving their worth through the T20 competition earlier in the season. But, yeah, she'll be looking, for all intents and purposes, to get back into that setup as soon as possible.
Yeah, made her debut in last September against New Zealand. Also played in the first T20 in the Ashes during the winter. So it's going to be Grace Potts then. Long run as well she's got. But she's generating a decent amount of pace. She's got a slip in there as well. As she comes into the right-hander Boucher, who pushes forward. And that goes out into the covers. And that's fielded by Georgia Davis once more. So Vipers immediately under pressure. 0 for 1. Chasing a revised Duckworth-Lewis total of 176 for victory. Southern Vipers fans, Emily Windsor is currently batting for the Lightning. Now on loan there, she was 8 not out the last we looked. I dare not look again. There were 3 down when I looked, and I thought, oh dear, it might be Windsor, but she's still there. As Boucher almost plays onto her stumps there, gets an inside edge, and she looked back and saw the ball making its way down towards her fine leg. She was opening the face of the bat, looking to play it through the covers.
Yeah, she can consider herself a little bit fortunate there. I think it's as you could see Grace Potts' hands go to her head and sort of in dismay that she nearly got a second wicket in her very first over, which should have been sort of an even better start for the Sparks. But it just seemed to miss the stumps and trickle away down to fine leg there.
So Danny Wyatt, who has yet to face in this over. And she's going to be facing Grace Potts then. Comes in now, and that's just cut away on the offside, and that will be a single. Slight misfield there at point, and the Vipers are 2 for 1 here, and that is the end of the first over. Good over there from Grace Potts, with both batters out there at the moment on just a single.
Yeah, Potts will be pleased with that start. So she's coming to her own really in the T20 competition. Probably starting off at not necessarily a sure place in the side, but finishing the competition with bowling so well on that finals day at Northants, and then of course getting that call up to the England A setup. So yeah, she's definitely on the radar, and you can see why.
That's for sure. Yeah. A little bit of blue sky seems to be disappearing, although there is odd little pockets, but they are small indeed. But still, lots of cloud around here, but probably one of the best parts of the day that we've had. So opening the bowling from the Brewery end will be, Sarah?
Liz Russell, Elizabeth Russell, I think it's down in the score sheet, but yes, Liz Russell, a very experienced player. So as opposed to Grace Potts, a young up and coming, Russell has had a wealth of experience. Recently got a 100th cap playing for Warwickshire women, and yeah, she's been a consistent bowler over the years and a consistent wicket taker.
Would she be one of those that you've coached, or would you have?
No, I think just a little bit before my time. I have played against her more often than I would have liked, and come off second best more often than I'd like. But yeah, she's been around at the Warwickshire setup for many years.
So she's going to be bowling to Danny Wyatt then. Comes in, right arm over, bowls, it's full. Wyatt just guides that to point. Goes straight to the fielder there, and there is no run. From the Brewery end, the bowler's bowling now.
So Russell's known for her line and length, you know, sort of bowling at maybe nagging back of a length deliveries, but generally very, very consistent. And as opposed to the sort of extra pace from one end, she's sort of tying up this end, if you like, by her consistency. That's what the Sparks will be hoping for.
That's a good length ball there, and Wyatt very straight and correct, plays that back to the bowler. And there is no run. Just having a look at Liz Russell last year in this competition. I don't think she played. She did. Sorry, tell a lie. She played 4 games actually in total in this competition.
The Sparks have got quite a lot of bowling at their disposal. Of course, Izzy Wong not here today, and Emily Arlett.
That's way down the leg side, and the keeper misses that as well, and it's going out towards the boundary rope, and that may just go all the way. Yes, it does.
Thea Brooks with the chase there, but unfortunately it was in vain. Couldn't quite get to the hands of Freeborn, and Brooks came all the way from third across there, but didn't quite make it to the ball to get before it went over the boundary.
Yeah, slightly ill-directed. There's also a first slip, I think, as well for Liz Russell. And the ball already getting very wet as it makes its way over this outfield. Very lush outfield. Beautiful way it's sort of crowned, isn't it, from the wicket that we can watch. And then as you come this way, of course, that slight sort of downslope, and it's the same at the far end of the ground. Beautiful sort of crown, the way this ground has been manicured, is that the right word?
Yeah,
I suppose it is, isn't it?
Looks like Freeborn's gone for the helmet and the standing up approach to Russell. Don't know how much more effective this will be.
Yeah, comes in now and bowls, and that's pulled away by Danny Wyatt, and that's a couple of bounces, and that'll be 4 runs. A little too short, and I think the scoreboard's already slightly behind, because with that previous 4 wides and that boundary is caught up now, so it's 11 for 1 now, the Vipers, and immediately Danny Wyatt's into her stride.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of an easy ball for Danny Wyatt, slightly too short, and so that's where she likes to play there, and she's hit that sort of firmly straight towards us at square leg, and yeah, just made light work of that really.
Over 200 international appearances for Danny Wyatt. It's just got a slightly darker there as Wyatt pushes that out into the covers, looking for a single, but make sure that Maya Boucher knows the call, and it's a no. And there is no run there. So 11 for 1, we're in the second over here. Wyatt has 5, Boucher has 1. Already that 1 wicket that has fallen in the first over. Georgia Adams, LBW to Potts for no score.
So Russell's moving some fielders slightly. So Potts is going out behind square, and they're putting someone into short square leg, so now they've gone for a third and a fine behind the bat to the 2 deep fielders, and Eve Jones, the skipper, has moved herself into square leg.
I hate to say it, Sarah, but those clouds look a little more threatening as they're coming over behind us. Hate to be doom and gloom as that's cut away by Danny Wyatt past the diving fielder at backward point, and the fielder on the third boundary can't cut that off either. So 2 fielders had a go at that, and Wyatt picks up another boundary in this over. The Vipers move on to 15 for 1. Remember, 176 is the new Duckworth-Lewis revised target.
Yeah, poor Thea Brooks there had 1 sprint and a dive up to fine leg, and then another one in the opposite direction, and neither of them she managed to get the ball, unfortunately, but at least it's she's getting her steps for the day, definitely.
That's for sure. Yeah, there'll be a few people doing some cleaning after this game, whether they're doing their own cleaning or parents or what have you. Here's Russell again, bowls, Wyatt drives into the ground. It's going to mid-off, they're going to take a quick single, but it's not picked up cleanly. That'll be another run for Danny Wyatt, who moves into double figures now. 16 for 1 the Vipers, and that is 2 overs gone.
Yeah, so Hannah Baker sort of quick off the mark there into the ball, but didn't quite pick it up cleanly, and the experience of Danny Wyatt told herself that she could get through for that single and put the pressure back on the Sparks, you'd have to say.
Yeah, Danny Wyatt, of course, few will forget her 129 against South Africa in the semi-final of the World Cup in Christchurch, New Zealand during the winter. Very much in form, Danny Wyatt. She also had a decent Charlotte Edwards Cup as well, which
also,
we'll come to in a moment.
A Staffordshire born and bred, so a local girl,
yes.
as with Georgia Alwis. So
yes.
so if they all these players stayed at their home regions in future, it could be a slightly different story.
Here's Grace Potts then, length ball, and Wyatt works that around the corner behind square, runs the first one quickly, looking for 2, throw comes in, Boucher was going, and Wyatt was about a third of the way down, and a late call there saying no. That's a good piece of fielding down at the far end.
Yeah, it's an excellent pick-up there by Hannah Baker and throwing that in, so not quite over the stumps, but enough to threaten the batters and sort of send them back just for a single.
I was going to say, you're right, if all the Staffordshire players on both sides here were all rounded up, they'd be the dominant county in the Sparks, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think Staffordshire have got a good setup even now, the youth setup, and they can see the fruit of their work here.
Lovely cut shot, but Boucher finds the fielder at point, and there's no run. Hate to be doom and gloom again, but one or two umbrellas in the blue seats away to our right have gone up. In fact, it's more than one or two now. We're about 5 or 6 at the moment, so that is not a good sign.
No, the blue sky was there, but now unfortunately it's covered by slightly darker clouds in every direction.
It's been a real shame, because these two sides probably would expect to be there or thereabouts come the end of this trophy, and the rain, I'm afraid, is ruining this contest as Potts comes in again, and that's guided again to point, and there is no run. Got there eventually in about the 3rd or 4th attempt there. Who's that fielding
that's
there?
Davina Perrin,
Davina Perrin.
Another one of the Staffordshire contingent that we're talking about.
It's all Staffs.
So she's there's perhaps the youngest ones of them out there, but yeah, there's a fair few of them who've played together perhaps over the years.
How good did she look for a 22 opening the batting? As that's a lovely drive there by Boucher, and that's gone up as far as mid-off, and there's no run. The rain is coming down once more here at the Foundation Ground. I know just, was it 2.5 miles away, the test match at Edgbaston, that's been affected. It's been on, off with the covers there, and we're getting exactly the same weather not so far along the road. So
yeah, umpires trying to stay out here, but I'm not sure how long they'll persevere for, to be honest.
It looks heavy, doesn't it? I have to say. Potts doing well to run in now, and Boucher on the back foot guides that through extra cover. There is a gap there. I'm not sure it's got quite enough legs to take it all the way over the rope, as it's just pulled back there by Thea Brooks, and they'll come through for 3 there as the throw goes in at the bowler's end. In fact, not only is it raining, but one or two of the spectators are starting now to find some shelter. 20 for 1, 11 to Wyatt, and Boucher now has 4.
Yeah, you wonder how much this will be affected. We've got the score sheet in front of us. Maybe we'll wait for someone to confirm if we do have to go off for rain. The Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method is never the easiest to understand, but we've been given some printouts for now. Let's say if we do end up going off, the score will probably be revised again, and that total will change.
Yeah. I'm not very good on rules, actually, Sarah, so I'm relying on you here, as that's a lovely pull shot there from Danny White. Nobody out at square leg. That's a beautiful shot. Just swiveled around there, kept it down, and that ball raced away over the outfield at the far end.
Yeah,
and
umpires
I think
are coming together, aren't they?
Yeah, had to be, really. We've had, I think that was the end of the... No, it's not. We're in the 3rd over, aren't we, here? Now, I don't know the rules. Hopefully Dominic Ostler will know the rules. Dom, do we have to play 5 overs in this? Have to play 10 overs for a game? Did you make those rules up? It's usually 5, isn't it? Oh, right. that'll be as good a reason as any then, the match referee says. So we've got to have 10 overs here for it to be a game, otherwise we're splitting the points with the covers coming on, and very, very frustrating day indeed, Sarah.
Yeah, it's such a shame for the girls. I mean, this is something they've obviously worked towards for a long time. Yes, they've had the T20 competition, but they'll still be preparing for this, which is, I guess, the sort of pinnacle, the 50 over. Rachael, Heyhoe, Flint, and these sides, as we've mentioned, are both looking to challenge for top spot. But this won't help either team really as it stands at the moment.
So, as the scoreboard shows, it's 24 for 1, with the Vipers needing another 152, but with the roll on covers going on, and I'm sure the sheeting won't be very far behind, we're going to lose more time here. And whilst the Vipers start in their innings batting for 36 overs, I think we're going to lose a few more overs, and that Duckworth-Lewis score will change once more. So Georgia Adams, the 1 wicket that has gone, LBW to Grace Potts for no score. Danny White is 15 not out, 4 not out to Maya Boucher, and I'm afraid this break is, I wouldn't say it's going to be lengthy, not at this stage, but it doesn't look as though they're going to come on any time soon. Very frustrating here at the Foundation Ground. So we take a break here, Sarah. I think, I mean, you've hardly done anything really. I think we'll leave you to stay on and talk through this break.
That's okay. I'm happy to get a cup of tea with you, Kevin, and we'll see. There is some brighter cloud in the distance, and let's hope that we don't lose too many overs at this point. But we'll keep you updated and join you back on air as soon as we know what is happening.
stuck in your side because you weren't in as well. That's what they put out. They said tomorrow will be the end of the 15-year career. They have cavalry, don't they? But that's about it. Yeah. Or Middleton. That's it. That'd be interesting. Mowing out is yet to be announced. Yeah, so this is I'm in touch with handy a song. I don't know. I'm just trying to think. I mean, I haven't studied English, but yeah, well, there's always players that don't know. They always do. Yeah. Normally they have I suppose when one club now they generally do it. I suppose that like clubs generally have to come up with some I suppose if it's something like and then if there's a player that might move on, so like Consolidation, there you go, that's a prime example, isn't it? So Consolidation's gone back to sub. So that's obviously a domino effect. So Barnard to Worcestershire, Warwickshire to Surrey. Yeah, I thought I saw that earlier. I thought, got any more room?
it's a bit good.
Alright, Jonah. Are you fuming?
Huh?
Are you still fuming?
We're going to get 7 in or something like. Something like.
That's our sentiments. Gotta start by
Yeah, the music's coming from over there, like. Sat down.
The rain's going to church.
No, there's an inspection at 5. No, inspection. Oh.
Join it, Gwenny. Shove a lap.
It's an inspection at 5.
Inspection at 5.
Hopefully, you'll have a good day.
I hope so. See you later. They need to get 17 total off 10. 46 is 7. One over skill, isn't it? So close, isn't it? Well, you are a bowler, right? But I don't think you'll bowl now.
We're improving.
Still doing counting?
Yeah, still doing counting. So, we're
That's a weird one, isn't it? What? She said no.
Well, I don't know if the other one.
It would be should have. Because you know G's not going to go for 15. That's hindsight now. She could have gone and got. She could have gone.
Who knows? Or hindsight, yeah, that's the thing.
It's in it.
Oh, yeah.
You've got to take it as deep as you can. But without giving them easy. How many overs you can have? Two is the maximum turn. Is that the thing is two go three out.
That's what I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Or do
You go 4 for now and then take it deep, and then bring it in. But then is that too light? I don't know.
or you go for three out and then middle of the over, middle of the over. But you've got to be quick now. Just love it. Love it. Oh, you can't have your phone.
Tip. Even with the block.
Good luck. Shouldn't turn the blotter on, turn it off. Yeah. Oh, he's just going to water it as well. He's just going to water it as well.
Spraying.
Oh my god.
Just needs a bit more.
I'm so sorry, I didn't realise. Got a game on it.
Oh, is that the one?
Oh, I'm going to stick my name on it. By the time we retire, it'll have 4 letters or 5 letters behind it.
Sorry, one bounce, one touch. Yeah. When you start, you that's it. Look, the ball is like. How many lives do we have? Wait, how many lives do we have? You have to spell tick, T-I-T. T-I. Right. Oh, good pelvic. Sorry. Halfway. Oh. Oh, yes! Precision!
I'll get the battery from my box because I know that.
You're right, I'll come for a walk. I need to do something.
Plays up the top. That one. Yeah, double back.
I'll come and use your battery anyway, and then
Cool.
if it ends up dying.
Where the ballon doors,
What's are you bowling? Nope. Not at all? Nope, I am not. Where's Cameron? G, mate, in the toilet. Yeah, G's going to come out. Oh, so I'll have him come on. Yes. Come on, not to remember.
Good girls.
Welcome back to everybody who's been patient enough to wait for us here. We've been off for the rain delay. We're back on again now. We've got a shortened game. We are going to be playing 7 overs because we have to get a minimum of 10 overs in to make a game. However, should Vipers reach 70 on the board, they will win the game, so it may not go to 7 overs. So Vipers need 46 more runs in the 7 overs that we will get to make a game. So I think that's about the best way to explain it. So it's damp here, but we've got some blue sky for the first time. We could make a decent amount of blue sky here at the Edgbaston County Ground, the foundation ground. And you're listening to Claire Jenkins. I'm a former Derbyshire and Somerset player, and also Dr. Samara Afzal, who is a former Warwickshire player. You've been listening also today to Sarah Ginn and Kevin James on the live stream, and also out through the BBC Sport website. So we're getting ready to start again. So we are on 24 for 1 with Vipers seeking 46 more runs on the DLS, and at the moment we have My Boucher on 4 and Danny Wyatt on 15, and that's how we start, and that's what's happening at the moment. So Georgia Davis, and that's put through to the leg side, and there's 1 run. So there we are, just having a bit of technical issues here, so we have Danny Wyatt to face. And Georgia Davis bowling from the brewery end to Danny Wyatt. She crouches, and that's just plopped down in front of her to Davina Perrin at point, who runs in, and that's 1 run to Danny Wyatt. It's been a bit of a long delay, hasn't it? Oh, we've been waiting for ages.
It has. It seems like a long time since we watched some cricket, and some interesting discussions about Duckworth Lewis. I think no matter how many years I follow the game, I'll never understand Duckworth Lewis.
I think the rule is that nobody understands it apart from the computer. Georgia Davis coming in from the brewery end, and that's My Boucher plays a nice stroke down to long off, and there is 1 run. What do you reckon? Which way is it balanced, do you reckon?
I think the Vipers are in a good position because they've got wickets in hand. They need to get about 7 and over, which, having been in some excellent T20 form and being the champions of the Charlotte Edwards, I think they'll be in line to chase this down quite comfortably. Yeah,
Davis into Wyatt. He just dabs that to third, and the fielder will run round and they get a 1. And it's easier to know what you're chasing, isn't it? I mean, having had the total set for them, they know exactly what they've got to get and how long they've got to get it. So, and also some of the Sparks bowlers, for example, Grace Potts is bowled out now because of the reduction in the amount of overs that they can actually bowl now. So.
Yeah, I think Sparks will be missing Izzy Wong. She's with the England squad.
That's right. Davis into Boucher, who plays a lusty shot but straight to the fielder in the covers, and there is no run. Yes, missing Izzy Wong, missing Eve Jones.
Amy Jones.
Amy Jones, that's the one. We've got Eve Jones, Amy Jones. Yes, we were just talking about Jones. You see, I've got myself modelled now. So, yes, Georgia Davis into Maya Boucher, who again plays that same shot. It felt like a deja vu, straight to Eve Jones in the cover, and there is no run. So the score is now 28 for 1, and that's off 4 overs. We've got 6 more to come.
Danny White looks very confident out there. She's just been named in the one-day squad for England
yes,
to
we were
face
looking,
South
weren't we?
Africa.
Yeah. Well done, Danny White. It's Viper's Twitter feed, I think, has said which team, what the squads are for the one-day internationals, and also the England A team, if you want to be looking that up. So this is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It's a 50-over regional competition between the 8 English regions. We've got Sarah Glenn coming on from the City Road end to Danny Wyatt as the changes in the field. Eve Jones is going out to cow corner for Danny Wyatt, right on the fence. So the spin then from Sarah Glenn into Danny Wyatt is having a look around the field. Besides, there's a bit of Amy Campbell is moving slightly at cover to the precise position, and Glenn coming in over the wicket to Danny Wyatt, who plays that out through point, and the two fielders collide and it goes towards the rope. That's 4, a much needed 4, and a collision at point, sort of forward and backward point, and they went like sliding doors, and one player has taken that, Georgia Davis I think, has taken that a little bit harder than Davina Perrin, but she's up, so this is good. She's holding her nose, which I'm not sure. She's up, so I'm hoping it's a. No, she may be. I think she may be heading off the pitch, holding her nose. Is she heading off the pitch? Yes, I think we've got the physio coming up, and Gwen Davis is on the edge, ready to go back on if she needs to. There's a discussion with the captain, Eve Jones. She may have taken a blow on the nose here. Physio is on the edge, ready to come on. Gwen Davis is the 12th, who is also ready to come on. Physio comes on to the pitch. So yes, I was explaining this is the regional competition, so the 8 regions over 50 overs. They are heading for semi-finals day on, let me have a little look now. So the semi-finals are on Wednesday the 21st of September, and the final will be on Sunday the 25th of September. The exciting bit about that is it will be at Lord's, and that's the day after England and India play the final match in their series at Lord's. So a bit of a women's cricket moment and weekend, and there is a bit of a campaign to try and get Phil Lord's for those 2 days. So the dates for your diary will be Saturday the 24th of September for England versus India women, the final of their series back in the autumn, and then on the Sunday will be the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final. So could be quite a big finish to the season for the women's game, which is great. So will you be at Lord's at the end of September? Is it?
It would be nice to catch the back end of the cricket of the matches in the summer. I'm not sure yet. We'll have a look, trying to catch some of the Commonwealth cricket matches as well. Yes,
that's right. So we've got several rounds of Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Then we go. Then we'll also be having the England versus South Africa series. We've got 1-day internationals for 3 1-day internationals and then 3 T20s. And before we know it, we'll be in the Commonwealth Games, like you say, which would be great for for Birmingham, and to see all those teams in our hometown playing in Edgbaston. And meanwhile, so Georgia Davis has taken back to the field. So physio has obviously put her back together again, and she's taken back to the field. Gwen Davis has retreated to the dugouts, and Sarah Glenn is now teeing up, ready to come from the City Road end to Danny Wyatt. Glenn right arm over. Danny Wyatt takes a big swing, and again it goes through that sort of point cordon, but this time they don't collide, but they do get through for a single. And there was a run, there was a shy at the bowler's end, but no chance of a run out there. It was an easy single for them, and the score moves on to 33-1. And we've just got we're into the 5th over, and there will only be 10 overs due to the rain delays. So Sarah Glenn this time to Maya Bouchier, who again tries the shot that Danny Wyatt tried to play, but misses completely and goes straight through to Abby Freeborn behind the stumps, and there is no run.
It's looking a little bit tight now, isn't it? 37 required.
Glenn into my Boucher, comes forward and plays that to mid-on, but there is no run, straight to the fielder and not given any kind of strength there, so an easy one to field. As Glenn rounds, get through the overs quite quickly, so Glenn to Boucher, charges her and goes straight to the ball goes straight to Eve Jones again at short mid-on, and there's no run again, so it's getting a bit tighter, like you say.
Great piece of fielding from the skipper.
I mean, certainly Sarah Glenn, when she's played in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, has I've kept the lid on it. It's about the best way to describe stopping the runs. So Glenn into Maya Boucher, comes forward and plays a straight drive to long on, but they do get through for a single this time, and the score moves on to 34 for 1. And that's the end of the 5th over. So we're halfway. What do you reckon?
So 36 needed off another 5 overs. Run rate of just over 7. Well, as long as Danny's in there, she's going to, I think, comfortably be able to chase those runs.
When you've got two England players at the crease, it's cause for more optimism, I guess, for the Vipers, isn't it? But what can Sparks do in response? And just having a look. Got Hannah Baker coming on from the Brewery end. We haven't seen Hannah Baker today.
No, we haven't. She's just 17, isn't she? Very talented cricketer as well. Talented young cricketer.
She bowled really well in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and she's another one who's kept the runs down from the batting side. So Hannah Baker in from the Brewery end to Maya Boucher, who waggles a bat and wallops that down to cow corner. There's a fielder behind it, and it's a good stop, and they just get through for a single.
And lucky not to make use of that full toss, I think.
Yeah.
That went straight to the fielder.
I imagine her eyes lighting up as the full toss came towards her. She got hold of it, but not really fully, did she? So Hannah Baker gets another chance this time to Danny White, who's eyeing the big gaps in the field that are here. Baker into White, who takes a big swing. It goes up into the air. There's somebody underneath it, but it's obviously dropping in front of them because we're at completely the wrong angle to see how close that was to the fielder. And they just get through for the single, and the score moves on to 36 for 1. So they need 34 from the remaining balls. Baker in again to Boucher, who takes a swing, and it goes down the leg side. I'm not sure that she got any bat on that, but they're running for 2. They're getting back for the 2. And the fielder does the tidying up behind the stumps. It's quite damp, so I imagine the ball's holding up, and the score moves on to 38 for 1. 32 to get.
Exciting.
Baker from the Brewery end to another full toss, goes down again to cow corner, and there's fielders coming together, and they manage to stop that and prevent the 4. So for the 2 there, yes, 40 is the score for 1. They need 30 off the remaining balls left. So Baker in again, this time to Boucher, who takes another big swing and drives it through long off, and that's 4 runs to the total from Maya Boucher. This is useful batting from these two, so the score moves on to 44 for 1.
Much needed boundary, managed to pierce the 2 fielders this time. Ball wasn't quite coming onto the butt as well as Danny would have liked, but Maya Boucher's managed to.
Yeah. What could you do with this next one? And she's managed to make that into a lusty blow as well, and she gets through just for the single this time, straight to the fielder on the boundary there. So just that single. Another over gets ticked off. End of the 6th over. Score is 45 for 1. They need 25 off these last 4. That's right, isn't it? 4 overs.
So now run rate's dropped. Required run rate just over 6 as opposed to 7. So getting closer, these two.
Took the pressure off of those boundaries, didn't they?
Yes, they did. And a bit of a meeting going on with the Central Sparks camp, probably trying to decide who's best to ball out these last 4 overs.
It's difficult when the people that you might have picked, like Potts for example, has already bowled out because of the proportional reduction overs that they're allowed to bowl, and the batters having an exchange in the middle of the wicket as well. And the sparks are pointing in different directions and where they want the field, etc.
Looks like Georgia Davis is coming back
Georgia
onto bowl.
Davis, okay, this is good. So she's just moving Grace Potts into the ring, and Sparks are just taking up some different fielding positions. Georgia Davis marks a run up. Maya Boucher looking at the field, tapping a bat. Georgia Davis from the city end. Another good stroke through mid-on. The fielder picks it up and they just get through for the single. So the score moves on to 46 for 1. They need 24 off the remaining balls. 24 off 23 balls. And Grace Potts has been sent out to the rope in front of us, in front of the pavilion. Change of plan perhaps. Eve Jones pointing the fielders in different positions. Georgia Davis just deciding what she's going to do with the next ball. Some warming up in the field of other bowlers. Georgia Davis from the city end to Danny White takes a big swing and it goes straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. It was a bit exciting.
It is. Well, stranger things have happened in cricket. We know well, it looks like it will go down into the last over. 24
off 23. 22 balls, 24 off 22 balls. Georgia Davis into Danny White, who charges her, but only manages to put it back to the bowler, so that's a dot, and those will be absolutely vital, won't they, dot balls?
Absolutely. That looked as though it hit Georgia Davis on the chin, but she seems okay.
She's carrying on.
Good fielding off her own bowling.
Georgia Davis into Danny Wyatt, who sweeps across that, and Eve Jones and Amy Campbell's out there doing some tidying up on the far side to us, and they just get through for the single. So the score moves on to 47 for 1, and they need 22 off 19 balls. Is that now? Is that up the scorecard I've got in front of me is slightly different to the scoreboard at the ground. Just catching up. That's it. Georgia Davis into Maya Boucher, who hits a really nice straight drive, but there's a fielder's Thea Brooks fields that back, and they just get the single, and the field changes. And this time it's Davis to Wyatt. Just swing of a bat. I've got some music coming from somewhere. This is rather nice. Being serenaded this afternoon. Davis, right arm over the wicket to Danny Wyatt, who places that to point, and there's Davina Perrin gets that in quickly, but the batter is in, so that's just the 1 run to the total. Score moves on to 49 for 1. They need 21 off 18, and that's the end of that over. So, yep, 7 overs gone, 3 more to go, 21 runs.
It's getting tight. I think Sparks are doing quite well, limiting the boundaries. They're stopping them at the singles. But I think a couple of boundaries, and then Vipers will be on their way.
Yeah, back down to the south coast potentially. Well, they will be on their way to the south coast, but just how fast they're going to do that, we're not sure. There's another committee meeting going on with the Sparks, deciding what they're going to do, who's going to bowl. Eve Jones certainly is, in the games in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, has been very good at this field setting. She's bowled, got her bowlers to bowl to the field, or got the fielders to be in the right place, whichever way around you like to think of that. And we've got Liz Russell, is it, at the far end? Yes, Liz Russell coming from the Brewery end to Danny Wyatt. There's a discussion with her captain about what the plans are for this possibly key over here, so they need 21 runs from 18 balls. Danny White on strike, Maya Boucher at the other end. White's on 25 off her 18 and Maya Boucher on 19 off her 21 balls. And Liz Russell coming in from the, I would imagine from the fielding restriction area. Nice smooth action. Danny White puts a big lofted drive and it drops in front of the fielder and they just get through for the single. She might have thought she was going to get a boundary there, but it went straight to the fielder, so the score moves on to 50, so that's the 50 up for the Vipers. 50 for 1.
I don't think the Vipers will mind the pace coming onto the ball.
No.
Liz is quite quick. She can be she's very good at swing bowling and very good at bowling York, so if she can find a couple.
We need some of those, don't we, for Central Sparks, as Russell comes into Boucher and they run they run through for a single. I think Abby Freeborn didn't know where the ball had gone for a minute, and so
it's given us
Hannah Baker had to do the bit of tidying up there, I think. Just the single then.
And a wide, so that's
Oh,
two.
and a wide. Oh
yeah.
Dear, a bonus ball. We don't like bonus balls.
Nope. Don't need that.
Things are tight. Yes. So need that 20 runs off 17 balls. Oh, actually, it's 18 now. That, as I said, the scoreboard and that one that I'm looking at is different. Russell coming into Boucher, who just taps that into the onside. White into the onside. They just get through for a single. Another one ticked off for the Vipers as they chase this down, looking for 17 runs. About off 16 balls, 17 off 16. That's the equation. Maya Boucher on strike.
And this is the brightest it's been all day, hasn't it? Now that the game's coming to an end.
Yes. There's a bit of irony to that. It's the sunniest it's been. We have actually got shadows. The players from the pitch. As we look across the domed pitch here at the Edgbaston Foundation ground, as Liz Russell winds up from the brewery end and Boucher charges her, but it goes straight to the fielder and they don't. Another valuable dot ball.
It's been quite a tidy over so far from Liz Russell, except that one wide.
Yep, so 17 off 15 balls the Vipers need in this rain-reduced game. Russell coming into Boucher, waggles about in anticipation, thinks about coming forward and then plays a shot to cow corner, and Grace Potts is there and just fields it, and they just have the single. Vipers will be looking for some boundaries to nibble more off this score, I think, won't they? Wyatt to face.
17 needed off 15
balls. Some discussion between Liz Russell and Eve Jones about what the plan is. What is the plan? Nice sunshine here at the Edgbaston Foundation ground as Liz Russell comes bustling in from the brewery end. A big shot from Danny Wyatt. That's going to be, it's going to be testing the boundary. We've got a 6, the first 6 of the game. And that's going to please the Vipers fans. That's going to take a huge chunk off that total that they're chasing. So now they're down to only needed 10 off probably 13 balls now, as I'm looking at my prompt in front of me.
That shot's taken a lot of pressure off the Vipers. They needed that big boundary.
It was a really nice shot, actually. She got to the pitch of the ball and walloped that up over, I imagine, long on. I can't see from the angle there whether it's long on or long off, but it's a straight drive up and over as Liz Russell comes in again to Danny Wyatt. And that's put to point, but they are getting through for a run because Davina Perrin doesn't really get that tidily, so that's another one off the total. So now they need that 9 off 12 balls, and that's the end of the over. So the score is now 61 for 1. You're listening to Claire Jenkins and Dr. Samara Afzal on the Central Sparks YouTube live stream and also on BBC Sport app. You've also heard today the voices of Kevin James and Sarah Ginn, who are waiting with bated breath behind us. And we move through to just the last 2 overs. 9 Needed off 12 balls. Sarah Glenn again from the City Road end to Danny Wyatt, and just takes her guard again.
It's been a nice little innings so far from Danny. Just 22 balls for her 34.
Yep. Boucher on 20. Glenn into Wyatt, who just pushes that forward, and they trot through for a single through the cover, and that's another one nibbled off. Just the 8 needed now off 11 balls for the Vipers. Glenn into Boucher, who it hits the pads, and there's a big howser, and Joe Ibbotson says that's good enough for me. That's LBW. So my Boucher goes LBW to Sarah Glenn for 20 off the 23 balls that she's faced. So the score is now 62-2, and this is getting a bit more interesting now.
It is. Will there be a bit of a twist in the tail? It's always hard for a new batter to come in and get going straight away. Unless Danny can get most of that strike, it might get very, very close.
Yeah, but Georgia Adams is going to be on strike there, isn't she? Because that's certainly not the end of it. It's only the first ball of the over, so...
A lot of experience behind her, Georgia Adams skipper.
Absolutely.
She's the daughter of Chris Adams, the former England cricketer.
Yes.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, a very good bat. So this year she's in the PCA most valuable player overall rankings. She's already 3 in that, and she's Vipers #1 batter. So she's just taken a guard from the umpire, and Central Sparks are retreating to their fielding positions to try and somehow defend this total. So 8 needed off 10 balls, with Sarah Glenn bowling to it's Freya Kemp. Looking at that, thought it was Georgia Adams. Similar tall figure, isn't it? You see, shows how much I know. So Freya Kemp, the cricketers' player to watch in this game. So Glenn to the left-handed Kemp, who knocks that to the leg side. Just a drop and run, really. Single there. Another one from this total they're nibbling away at, so they need 7 now off 9 balls. This time Danny Wyatt on strike. Danny Wyatt on 35 of the 23 balls she's faced. What can Sarah Glenn conjure up here from the City Road end to Danny Wyatt? And that's to point, and they go for a run, and there's a chance of a run out at the bowler's end, but not quite in time, so they get through for another single. Those are vital runs for Vipers, breaking the hearts of Central Sparks here slowly in this rain affected game. Glenn this time to Kemp, right arm round, and there's an appeal for a stumping there, but Tom Lungley's not interested in that, but Abby Freeborn has to put the furniture back together again.
Much needed dot ball for Central Sparks, keeping the runs required and the balls pretty much neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, 6 needed off 7 balls. As Sarah Glenn dries her hands on the towel, and Freya Kemp goes back to her mark. Glenn to Kemp, who hits a lusty straight drive, and there's a fielder down there, and they just take the single. So another one to the score. 65-2. Vipers need 6. Oh, we probably need 5 now off 6. No, it's the end of the over. Right, so that's the end of the over. So they need 5 off these last 6 balls. It is getting exciting, isn't it?
It is. That was a very good over from Sarah Glenn. She's using all her experience. Former England player, got I think 30 odd caps, national caps. Yeah, I can't see Hughes coming on at the Brewery and now to bowl the last over.
Yeah, she was. Sarah Glenn was the most economic of the Central Sparks Central Sparks bowlers, and she's in the PCA ranking. She was number 4, so great bowler, and she's certainly kept the scores down in the games that I've seen Central Sparks play. So at this time we've got Hannah Baker again from the Brewery end to the left-handed Kemp. 5 runs needed off these 6 last vital balls. So what can Sparks put together? Baker into Kemp, who defends that down to mid-wicket. So left-hander always confuses me. And there is no run, so 5 off 5. Hannah Baker into Kemp, who charges her and plays a long drive, and that's 4 runs. Goodness me, that's a big nibble off the total, isn't it, Samara?
1 more to get. That should be pretty comfortable now.
Could have a tie if it stops here. Well, do you fancy a tie? No?
Well, I think they'll just
think
run.
it's unlikely.
They would run, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, it may be all over at this point. But they still have to get that run. Otherwise it will be tied if the scores are level. We did check with the match referee, and they went back on again. It's good enough for me. Helen Pack says that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. 1 run from 4 balls, and the Central Sparks come in. Oh, and she's bowled. She's bowled her. Hannah Baker's bowled Freya Kemp. Well, there might be a twist in the tail, Samara. What do you reckon?
Lovely ball that from Hannah Baker. She needs to produce another couple of those, and yeah, then it could be a tie.
So we're there. So Vipers are now 3 wickets down. Score is 69 for 3.
Georgia Elwes coming in.
Yes, experience of Georgia Elwes now, and she's batting with her former Staffordshire colleague Danny Wyatt, and they just need the 1 run, 3 balls to do it in. And the noise you can hear is spikes across slab. It's a satisfying noise though. It's a very crickety noise, isn't it? Those metal spikes on the slabs there. So 1 run and 3 balls to get it in. Georgia Elwes to face. Hannah Baker with the ball in hand. Sparks circling the batter. Field coming in. Just this 1 run. Will they drop and run as Samara suggested? Baker into Elwes, who comes forward and launches it into the air and over the boundary and straight into the wooden fence for a 6. I mean, not even bothering with the pitch.
No, Georgia Elwes clearly too good to drop and run it. She wanted to finish it in style.
Yes, no drop and run there, was there? No playing yourself in.
No, she's showing the experience that she has. That was a great shot to finish the game.
It was a huge, it was a sort of, everyone's taking a collective intake of breath, and it was the biggest hit we've seen today altogether, wasn't it? I mean, it went straight into that fence at the end, at the Brewery end. Absolutely no mistaking that. So Vipers win, and by 7 wickets on the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. Just, 2 balls to spare, as Kevin said. That's very exciting with that wicket falling. So just the 2 balls to spare. Vipers win the game, and this rain affected. And it's such a shame, because it would have been a really proper ding dong, I think, if we'd had. Well, not that it wasn't a ding dong, but 50 overs would have been an absolute pleasure to see these 2 teams going head to head. So let's have a look at what else is happening across the grounds. So South East Stars down at Beckenham won by 80 runs against Sunrisers, and then the game at Loughborough, Western Storm won by 75 runs in another rain affected game, so they won by the Duckworth-Lewis Stern method as well. So that's Storm beating Lightning, Stars beating Sunrisers, and here at the Edgbaston Foundation Ground, the Vipers have beaten Central Sparks here in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over competition. Any last thoughts, Samara, on how the day's gone?
No, it's been fun. It's been, yeah, as you said, it would have been good if we'd have got the whole 50 overs in, because both teams have actually got some fantastic cricketers, and there would have been a lot of good cricket. Southern Vipers, so 3 of their players are going into the England squad now to play the ODIs against South Africa. We've got Central Sparks with 2 of their players now going on to the squad, but with the form Southern Vipers have got, they'll be, they've just won the Charlotte Edwards Trophy, and going through, I think they're one of the favourites. They've won the 2020 and 2021 winners of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and the way they've played today, they're strong contenders again.
They've got momentum there, haven't they? You can hear the guy coming on to blow the various bits of dust off the pitch there. Any other thoughts, really, as we leave the game?
Well, I'm looking at the clear blue sky, thinking, where have you been all day?
Yeah, that is frustrating.
But it's been lovely actually being back at Edgbaston Foundation Ground, and we've had some nice food.
We have. And we've had some cricket, but it's been very interrupted. So you've been listening today to Claire Jenkins, Dr. Samara Afzal. You've also heard the voices of Sarah Ginn and Kevin James. We've been here at the Edgbaston Foundation Ground, where Vipers have beaten Central Sparks. In terms of the next games, so for Vipers, their next home game is against Stars down at Hove on Saturday the 9th of July, that's next Saturday, and it's a 10:30 start. That's Vipers versus Stars at Hove next Saturday. And then the next home game for Sparks will be Saturday the 16th of July, and Sparks will be playing Northern Diamonds, again a 10:30 start at New Road in Worcester. In terms of their away games, so on next Saturday, Western Storm will be playing Sparks down at Bristol, again a 10:30 start. And then the following Saturday, the 16th, Lightning will be playing Vipers at Derby at 10:30 start again. If you want to listen to me, I will hopefully, providing the tech is working, and I know Mike Perkins has said the tech is working today, so I'm feeling more optimistic. Next Saturday I will be doing the live stream for Lightning versus Thunder, again a 10:30 start at Loughborough University. And so it remains for me to just say thank you very much for your patience this afternoon in listening to the live stream and on BBC website. Have a safe journey home if you're here at the ground with us, and we'll see you next time. Thanks very much to everyone on Central Sparks and all the tech people and etc. Thank you all for listening, and we'll see you soon.